Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin our event today, may I respectfully ask all of our distinguished guests to stand and observe a moment of silence in remembrance of Her Majesty, Queen Sirikit, the Queen Mother, to express our deepest loyalty and gratitude for her boundless and gracious benevolence. Please stand in silence for 1 minute. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Welcome to Krungthep Mahanakhon, City of Angels, the City of Lights. We are live in Bangkok, Thailand for the grand finals of Toyota Gazoo Racing Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. We're honored to host our event for the very first time in Thailand. But no matter the city we're in, the goal remains the same for the drivers, taking the trophy and glory back to their home countries. Welcome everyone, I'm your host Victoria Cheng, and I'm so excited to be here again for another fantastic year of TGR. Now I can't believe it, we are already in our 6th year of this event, and I must introduce our commentators. Many of these voices you're familiar with over the past 6 years. First up from Thailand, we have James Lau Hong Tong and Kulachat Ruvatana. You can just call them Jimmy and Ode. Next on the Indonesian broadcast, say hello to Mike Dinaldi and Ari Saputra. And our English commentators, we have Des Corkill back on the mic, and we have another face. Welcome, Gino Killamore from the Philippines. Now, we are streaming live across multiple platforms, the TGR Asia, TGR, and Toyota platforms for Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. You can find it on Facebook, YouTube, and X, so be sure to send a link to your friends to watch this as well. Now, let's talk a bit about the race format. This is what we came to see. Let's see some games. And as you know, we have 15 of the best drivers from across Southeast Asia. 5 countries of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore are here. 3 drivers from each country. This is going to be very exciting today. We have some drivers who were here last year, and we also have some brand new faces. Now, we have a slightly different format for race 2, but race 1 and 3 are individual races. You guys are familiar with this format. We do have different tracks than last year. And race 2 is a team race. Now, this is going to be very exciting. We're going to have driver changes during pit stops. We also have our points. How this works, the individual championship is determined by individual points accumulated over 3 races. And for country championship, is determined by total points accumulated by 3 drivers over 3 races. And of course, what's a competition without a little bit of a prize pool? The total prize pool of $31,000 is spread across 2 categories. In individual championship prize pool, third place will win $3,000, second place $4,500, and first will take the lion's share of $8,000. And for country championship prize pool, we have third place will be taking home $3,000, second place will be taking $500, and first place the lion's share of $8,000. We also have special awards to be given out at the end of this tournament. We have Driver of the Day, Best Racecraft, and Fastest Race Pace. I believe that last year was won by Indonesia's Andika Rama. In fact, let's welcome the drivers. I know they're waiting in the back with a lot of anticipation because the grid is ready to welcome them. First up, we are in Thailand, so let's first welcome Team Thailand. We have Thanapat Pungpat. Pungpat has been all 6 years with us in TGR, and now that we are hosting this event in Thailand, is this going to be his year? I believe his family members are down in the audience. Wave those flags and give him a round of applause on sim number 8. Next up, we have Chayapat Lipikon Kosol, another familiar driver in TGR. This is his 3rd year in TGR. Over to sim 7. Next, we have Akrapon Misantia. Now this is a new face over for Team Thailand, but he is definitely here to win it. He was first place winner in the Gran Turismo Pro Series Thailand Championship over on sim number 9. Next we have Team Indonesia. First up, Moreno Pratama. He placed first in Indonesia for the TGR GT Cup 2025. And last year, he was also here to compete as one of Team Indonesia's drivers over on sim number 5. Next, Farizi Pramaditya from Team Indonesia. He's back after 2 years to represent Indonesia once more. And he is seated at sim 4. And also on Team Indonesia is Andika Rama. This is a very familiar driver, very experienced when it comes to TGR. He was our champion in 2023, and I know Andika Rama is looking to win it again. Next, Team Malaysia. Taj Aiman. He's the reigning champ and a really heartfelt win last year over in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There were lots of tears of victory and joy, and he's here perhaps to win it again. He's over on sim number 2. Iqbal Suji. If you're Iqbal Suji, you might say, every day is a good day to die for democracy. Iqbal Suji. Over on sim number 1. Also on Team Malaysia is Chong Kai Chang. He was first runner-up on TGR GT Cup Malaysia 2024. Also been riding with Team Malaysia over the last 3 years over on sim number 3. Now, Team Philippines, Victor Ancheta. Now, Mr. Ancheta was a bit of a surprise for the e-motorsports scene. Ancheta swept up the Toyota GT Cup over in the Philippines as this year's champion. Over on sim 11. Next up, we have Enzo Ison. And he's returning still as our youngest driver. But he's shown a lot of potential last year. And now with more experience in his pocket this year, I cannot wait to see what he's going to be bringing to the grid. Over on sim number 10. Next, Matthew Ong. Now we saw Matthew in 2023, but he's back to represent the Philippines. Team Philippines is the youngest team overall this year in TGR. Over on sim number 12. Last but not least, Team Singapore, Patrice Isa. Patrice Isa has won first place in the Olympic Esports Week time trial back in 2023 and also placed third in the 2023 TGR Asia Cup. Welcome back. Over to Sim 14. Next, Ethan Yo, repping Singapore since 2021 at the TGR GT Cup Singapore. He's back again. Last but not least, Jared Sukifli. Welcome. Now he is a new face on the TGR grid and he won third in the Toyota GR-GT Cup Singapore this year over on sim number 15. Well, that's all 15 drivers in today's exciting tournament. Before passing it on over to our commentators, let's get to know a little bit more about the drivers in Meet the Drivers interview.
Saya Moreno Pratama, saya 22 tahun.
Saya Farizi Pramalitya dari Indonesia, usia 32 tahun.
Saya Nikrama Maulana, usia saya tahun ini 31 tahun.
Hello, my name is Tashi Junaiman. I'm 26 years old.
My name is Chong Kai Chang. I'm 31.
My name is Iqbal Suji. I'm 27 this year and I'll be representing Malaysia.
My name is Victor Lorenzo Ancheta. I am 25 years old.
My name is Tenzu Ison. I'm 15 years old.
I'm Matthew Ang. I'm 22 years old and I'm racing for the Philippines.
My name is Patrice. I'm 21 years old.
Hi, I'm Ethan and I'm 22 this year.
I'm Jared. I'm 26 years old and I'm racing for Singapore.
My name is Thanapat Pongpat. I am 29 years old.
My name is Chayapat Dibukangkosot. I am 23 years old.
My name is Akalapon Misantia. I am 34 years old.
Kita harus push banget sebagai tim Indonesia. Saya Moreno dan Farizi harapannya kita bisa bersaing lah di sana, memberikan perlawanan yang terbaik.
For last year, Malaysia did very well. So this year, we are aiming to do the same. But on top of that, we are also aiming to snatch the driver's title as well. So we're going to make it a clean sweep.
Right on the Danger curve, Hanif still.
It's been a long time coming for my country. Put in the hours, we put in the work. So I'm hoping to get the gold this year.
So for this year, I will try to place at least top 5 in the overall standing and try to help Singapore to place at least top 3 in the overall country championship.
This time is my 6th time I competed in TGR Asia Cup. I hope I do the best for Thailand. I hope about got champion.
So they're the drivers 15, the best 15 in Asia. Gino alongside Des Corkill on the international broadcast feed to talk you through the next 3.5 hours, 3 races to decide the 6th champion for this competition.
I am absolutely excited for everything that's going to be happening today. I mean, obviously we've had a taste of it earlier, and yesterday we had a few exhibition races here and there, but this is the meat and bones of why we're here. The very reason why we're all gathered here today is because we want to see the best of the best that Asia has to offer. I've got literal chills right now.
Fantastic, Berg. This is my 6th occasion, I'm delighted to say, being here. As for Gino, it's your debut at the finals, and you brought 3 very good Filipino racers along with you. Are we going to see a Filipino champion?
I hope so, but I have to stay
neutral,
unbiased, very neutral. I will do my very best to stay that way, but I can't promise that I won't cheer a little bit on the inside if they get a really good run at things. But I am very, very hopeful. They are a really young team. Like we mentioned earlier, Victoria mentioned it earlier. Enzo Easton is and but I'm also looking at Team Singapore, who also has a relatively young lineup. But that don't discount the veterans that we have, though. I mean, obviously, with veterancy comes a lot of knowledge, right?
Okay, right then. Let's move on to the races itself and the format that we're going to get in race number 1. We'll also reveal the track for you, we'll reveal the car, but this is the format. It's a qualification with a difference. It's a flying lap. The guys will have an out lap and then they'll have a timed flying lap, and then we go into a 15-minute race. For the rest of it, the GT format, talk us through it, please, Gino.
All right, so basically what's going to be happening is, like what Des mentioned, there is a 5-minute qualifying. It's going to be an out lap, essentially. The race itself will be, you've got 7 laps in total. Tire wear is at 16 times tire degradation. Fuel consumption is at 4 times the usual. For tire ratings, they have Sports Hard for Min, Sports Soft for Max. Balance and performance is on and tuning is off, so this should make for a really, really interesting first race for the day.
I'm really looking forward to this. Also the venue, which we'll come on to in just a short while as well. But it's a very short race. It's only a 15-minute race. And so often the first race I found in this Asia Championship, in this final of finals, it can be so crucial. Okay, that's the race format. Let's look at the point system where you pick up a win, 25 points. You come in double digits, you come in the top 6, you really keep yourself in contention. You come out of the top 6, you've got a problem on race 1.
Yeah, you've got to hope for something monumentally wrong to happen to the race leaders. But essentially, like you see the points that are here, obviously people are going to try to gun for the best at the very get-go of the entire race. But it is quite a gap that you have to make up for. Again, like what you mentioned, if you come in not inside the top 5.
There is a twist as well. Race number 2 has only 5 teams, and so 3 of the races will get 25 points if they come in first. We'll work on that in just a moment, but it's so important. This first race, in fact, this first qualification is so important, Gino.
It really usually sets the tone, and I guess to some degree it also tells you like how confident they are coming in.
Let's look at the car that they're going to be driving. She's only, in inverted commas, 1,600 litres, but turbocharged inline. The GR Yaris RZ is beautiful.
Front engine, all-wheel drive, 268 brake horsepower. This is one of those cars that I wish I could drive on the daily. But then again, every single car that we're going to be featuring here is a car that I wish I could drive on the daily, Des.
How about problems for the drivers? Because I'm sure they're used to it. Of course, they've been racing Gran Turismo for a long time. What problems might they face? The fact it's one of the smaller cars that they'll be using.
You know what? Honestly, I think that I've seen much of the drivers, at least for the local scene, and they seem to like really like how this car handles. I guess it's a little bit more maneuverable than your higher powered cars. So I don't think they're going to face a lot of problems here so far. But I guess we'll only get to see that a little bit later.
Okay, well, we'll find out if you're right. There could be some.
I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be. Don't hold me against it.
Okay, so that's the Yaris. Let's have a look at the track. This is my favorite track in the world. It is Suzuka. Only Eau Rouge comes close. There's so many key moments. The S's, Dunlop curve, Degner, the spoon at the end. It's a glorious, glorious circuit to get us underway.
Absolutely. Of course, this is a real-life circuit, something that you can actually visit if you wanted to. Suzuka is, of course, in Japan. It's a 5.8 kilometer circuit, essentially. 20 turns in total, and we're going to go with a clockwise direction for this. Of course, the surface is tarmac. In terms of the weather, it's sunny, but with clouds to wet, something that gets you super excited, Des.
Absolutely. Please give us a little bit of wet weather, because this can be spectacular at the best of times, but you come into the Casio Triangle when it's just a little bit greasy, and that can cause mayhem.
This is exactly why wet weather, it just makes everything so exciting. Every single race I've seen, whatever track it's on, if it's wet weather, it just really brings out either the best or the worst in the driver.
Well, hopefully it'll bring out the best on the best circuit in one of the nicest cars as well. I'm really looking forward to see how they handle it. It's a long circuit, got those long straights and that 1600 turbocharge. You've got to get that just right and perfect going into the S's and into the Casio Triangle.
But it's great also because with how maneuverable the GR Yaris is, like I think it'll handle the corners just right. You know what I mean? With just the right amount of coming out of the corner to kind of go flat out on the straights again.
Flat out on the streets again. Your boys, how are they feeling? I was in the meeting room earlier on, and you guys put a prayer together,
yes.
the three of you. Does that mean that you're hopeful that you might have success today, the three Filipinos?
I think, and I speak as a bias,
Yes.
at least for now, I'm going to speak as a biased individual. I mean, obviously we've had winners from Thailand already, Indonesia and Singapore. I think out of all the groups that we've had today, only Malaysia and Philippines have not come out with a win just yet. And that's exactly what we're kind of hoping for. And I mean, obviously, we want everyone to perform well. But, you know, the Filipino inside of me is like, come on, Team Philippines, you guys can do it.
Taj Ayman will have something to say about that. Malaysian has won this, the defending champion, but I know exactly what you mean. Nerves? I mean, you've been a gamer. You're more of a gamer than I am. In terms of nerves, how does it impact? I mean, experience is important. We've got three debutants here.
Okay, I think honestly, like while these guys that we have, at least for Team Philippines, they're all very, very young. The minute that you talk to them, Enzo Izon, again, 15 years old, he does not act like your typical 15-year-old. He seems very, very confident in this, and I feel like they got it back.
Here are your 15 competitors. Moreno has been here before, third in a couple of years ago. Parisi is the champion of Indonesia, and Andika Rama, he's a former champion as well. As for the Malaysians?
Malaysian Taj Ayman, of course, who was the winner last year. That was my bad. Iqbal Suji, also with him, and Chong Kai Chan.
I've got to let you introduce the Filipino boys.
For Team Philippines, we have Victor Ancheta, Enzo Izon, and Matthew Ang.
And then from Team Singapore, Fadris Sisa. He could be a wild card, you know. He quietly goes about doing the business. Ethan Yo and Jared on debut. They'll be looking to support Fadris, but keep an eye out for Fadris, you know. I've got a feeling about it today.
All right, of course, we have Thailand, Team Thailand there, Thanapat Pongpat, Tayapat Lipikon Kosol, and Akrapon Nisanthea to round off all the drivers that we have on the grid today.
Jayapat and Tanapat, they've got a lot of experience here, plus the fact we've not really mentioned we're in this Toyota Alive space, a cracking little facility out in Bangna. It's really good to be in a working facility for this eSport event.
And Tanapat, like you mentioned earlier, he has a lot of experience.
Six times
he's been here. Obviously, like that's something that, you know, I'm pretty sure he's like, okay, finally, this is going to be my year. I want to take this home. So, you know, while I'm cheering for Team Philippines, I also kind of wanted to win.
Yeah, there was a two-time champion called Siddhagaya who was heads and shoulders above everybody in Thailand for a long time. Now, as you say, maybe it's Jayapat and Tanapat's time to come through. And you're comfortable. They stayed in their own bed last night. Everyone else was in a hotel.
That's true.
They will have come here. These little things can make a big difference to you. Plus home support.
And especially like for most of the athletes that I know, they can become very, what's the word that I'm looking for? They have like little superstitions that they do, right? Very, very into like patterns and basically like, you know, setting certain things, doing certain things before going to a race. So I think for our Thailand boys, like they'll pretty much be more comfortable than everyone else.
Okay, we've got qualifying coming up for you in a couple of minutes' time, so we'll just carry on trying to set the scene. Sixth season, sixth time we've had regional finals. It was actually 2019 when this first whole concept came in. But this has been a real part of the Toyota journey, the esports, these championships, DT championships.
Right.
Very much part of the story that Toyota are trying to tell.
And I think that's what Gazoo Racing is all about. Like, they really want to be able to make it accessible for everybody. Like, you know, for people. Again, we've spoken about this before, even regionally. I mean, even locally, we've spoken about it. How, I mean, obviously, motorsport is a tough sport to get in, and this venue essentially allows for people who have that potential, but maybe have that like little budget barrier to get into it. It makes it easier. It makes it a little bit more accessible for everyone to really get into it.
You make a great point there. The big attraction to me, I'm a real sport guy, and esports is new to me, hence the grey hair. I'm a bit older. But I think the virtual to reality is so good, and several of these guys, Taj, I know, drives real racing as well as the sims. It's such a fabulous place, such a fabulous place to learn.
It's actually a really, really good foundation, and you'll see that a lot of professional motorsport athletes, in reality, also go back to the sim to basically, I guess, hone their skill a little bit more, memorize the track a little bit more, try out new things that they normally wouldn't get to try out on a physical track. So it really is beneficial for both ends. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you're just stuck in esports or you're only doing esports that it doesn't benefit. You should choose to go into physical.
Yeah, part of the Toyota Alive space that we're in, there's a track just to the back of us here where you can go and test out some very, very nice machines that we've got outside as well. We're in a showroom with the track doing esports. What more could you want?
And it's great because you mentioned that there's an actual track outside, right? But we also have a few rigs outside for everybody else who wants to try out, their hand at simulator racing. And, again, we've spoken about it. The bosses of Toyota have talked about how they basically want this to mimic real-world scenarios as much as possible.
Okay, enough Toyota. On to the main event for today. We're here to decide a champion for Asia. And qualifying is going to commence in just a few seconds' time. Qualifying with the difference. It was going to be 5 minutes as usual, but we decided that we'd actually give them a flying lap instead. As we go into qualifying, the individuals are going to go out at 5-second intervals in order. And the first man out, is Akrapon. He's second out at the, to be fair. Right. Fadris Issa was meant to be first out, and Fadris has gone out just has been overtaken. So he's let Akrapon go behind him.
Zulkifli right behind him. Matthew Ang followed shortly. Andika Rama right behind Matthew Ang.
Very interesting. One or two of the guys are going a little bit slower. So you can overtake on this out lap, but then there is just one lap in which you will be given the opportunity to set a time.
Basically, to simplify it for everyone out there who's watching us, this is still the out lap. This is them getting to that line and starting the actual qualifying lap, and they only have enough time to do just one lap. So if they make a mistake in that one lap, that's it. That's pretty much it. So this obviously has a lot of weight to it.
As with Akrapon, he's coming up to the hairpin here, which is 10 and 11. And then he'll go into the long right-hand corner. Didn't get that one right. This outlap is very, very important for them. This is the slow part of the circuit. You've got to get this your angle right because it takes you into the spoon, and spoon can get you just a slingshot down onto the straight.
Now this is what I really like about this circuit. It's after this corner that we have here where we're seeing Misanti kind of going through it already, because after this, if he gets it right, this is where he really gets to show off that speed that he has.
Using the full width of the circuit, surprisingly undulating, Suzuka. You go down a little dip and then it's flat, and then you go up and you've just got this little kick in the corner. Turn, I think it's turn 15 it is. And it's quite a sharp left-hander, much sharper than you think it is. This one here, and that can often take people by surprise.
And then they're talking about a sharp corner. This next corner that we have is even sharper than turn 15. Turn 16 here, as we see Vicentia going through it, really slowing down the car for that. But just to illustrate how quote-unquote slow it is, he was actually going 90 kilometers per hour through that corner.
Okay, right then, that's his out lap. He will now start his flying lap. So this is Akrapon Misantia, who's going to be the first one out. Fadris Issa from Singapore will follow him. There is Fadris, but let's just stick with Akrapon. And let's see what kind of a line he gets through turn 1 and then up the hill into the S's.
I mean, yesterday and today, earlier on, we had a few exhibition races, and when you saw a bunch of amateurs basically going through this. But you have to keep in mind that the people that we're watching now are the absolute professionals, some of the best of their country that has to offer. So we're going to see some pretty clean driving here, I would assume.
30 seconds up to the top of the hill as he heads in towards the Dunlop curve. That's this left-hander. Behind him, Fadris Issa is also on a flying lap, as is Jarrell Zulkifli. Tie support for Akrapon.
Gotta love exactly how much of the track they're really using. This is exactly how professional drivers do it. Watch him go through those corners like it's nothing. There you go, a little bit of a slide there on the back, maybe just showing off what the Yaris is capable of.
Or maybe getting it wrong. We'll find out. The time will tell at the end.
I'm a positive guy. I choose to look at it as like, a little bit of showboating.
Into the hairpin. He takes the short way around the hairpin, then up on the curb. Now this is a good line to come into this next corner. The long turn 12 before that leads you into the even longer turn 13, Spoon.
This is it. Miss Anthea, of course, going through this corner, and then eventually after that, He's going to step on the gas pretty much flat out this car. See what it's all about.
He will set the fastest time, of course he will, but being first out, well, is it a curse or is it a good thing?
I don't know. I don't like being the first one out because like it sets so much pressure on you. And some people, like we mentioned it yesterday also, they're good at catching up. Like if you give them a certain goal, then they'll be able to catch up to it. But this one, basically, your biggest enemy is yourself.
Split time at 1:53 for Akrapon. As he comes into the Casio triangle, you've got the little chicane, the right-left chicane, and then you've got that awkward left-hander which takes you down to the start-finish line. It's all downhill from here. Fadris Isaho's closed up. Right then, fastest time so far, it will go to Akrapon, but will it be quick enough? Akrapon sets a time of 2:19.071. Fadris is quicker.
And immediately after he crosses that line, Fadris Isa sets a lap quicker. Almost a second interval between the two of them. Nasatia. Matthew Ang comes in with a 2:18.
I think we're going to get into the 2:17, you know.
I think we are. There it is. Andika Rama, of course.
Taj Ayman comes through, the defending champion. He went out in P9. Time to beat is 2:17.876 from Andika Rama.
Andika Rama, of course, a former champion. Are you really surprised at him setting that quick of a time?
Andika Rama still in P1. Isan in 2. Taj Ayman, faster.
Taj Ayman!
And then Kai Chang, faster again.
Should we even talk about it at this point? Because, I mean, they're just setting quicker times as we go on. Chang Kai Chang currently with the fastest time.
Right then, but we've still got two out there. Jaipong is still out there.
Pramaditya, of course, also still up there.
2:19. Kai Chang is still the man in the lead. Faritzi, no time for Faritzi. So he'll be right at the very, very back. And so it is a Malaysia 1-2 on the front row of the grid.
Beautiful display there from Chong Kai Chang, clinching that P1 right at the end.
Wow, so important. I do like that flying lap format. I do like it, but your first out causes a problem. And Akrapon, well, we saw he got 1 or 2 lines right, but then it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Exactly, and that's exactly why sometimes it's better to come in a little bit later on because you have that goal that you want to kind of chase after as opposed to setting that bar that everybody tries to go past.
Pretty cute from Fadris Isa as well to let Akrapon go past him because Fadris was first out on the flying lap and he let Akrapon go past him. But wow, Taj Ayman thought he got the fastest. There's some Malaysian rivalry coming here.
There you go. Something that we're going to be looking forward to. I mean, obviously, again, these are some of the best that the region has to offer, some of the best that Asia has to offer. So I'm not surprised at all that they're going to be throwing curveballs our way. Like, you think that the previous winners would be setting the fastest lap. But again, this is just race 1. I mean, it's qualifying 1, and we still have the actual race coming up.
But it is so important. It can set the tone for the whole day, race number 1.
That's true. I mean, I've seen it happen before. In our local versions of this, we would have essentially whoever wins race, I think for the previous, I would say 2 years, whoever won race 1, chances are they would end up winning the entire thing.
I think we're pretty close, similar in Asia as well, so this can be the barometer. This can set the marker for us. And Taj Ayman and Kai Chang, they've done exactly that for Malaysia. What a day, but Isan did well for the Philippines.
So Isan, also Matthew Ang.
Matthew Ang did well.
If I remember, if memory serves me right, I think there were 3 or 4 or 4 and 5, something to that effect. Very, very brilliant debut, I guess. I mean, not necessarily debut, because they've been here before. But, you know, from a bunch of really young folk, great job, man. I got to tell you, when I was 15, I was not doing anything like this at all.
It keeps them in the mark. We've got about a minute or so, just while we make sure that there aren't any appeals.
Yeah.
Because Faritzi didn't set a time. Faritzi is the Indonesian champion.
Yes.
Indonesians do very well normally at this Asia level. So to be right down at the bottom of the grid on race number 1, that is a catastrophe for Faritzi.
So we'll find out a little bit later on if there's anything going on in there. Of course, Race Control will give us, a little bit of an update on that later on. But as of now, that must be heartbreaking. I mean, imagine, like, you're a champion back home, and then you come here to the regional stage and not set a time in qualifying. How much do you think that affects him?
Well, it's race number 1. It sets the whole agenda. It means he's got to come through, even to get on double-digit points. He's got to come from 15 into P6. He's got to pick up 9 places just to get double-digit points.
But one of the things that I really wanted to pick up on is this year we're going to be changing how the races go, right? So essentially, even if you don't come into the double points for this race, if your team does well in race number 2, let's just say that you win first place, you get 25 points easily.
All 3 drivers get 25 points as well. Yeah, it's a little twist. He keeps throwing twists into this one, the organisers, I tell you. They tweak it every season, and I think it works.
It keeps everyone on their toes, drivers included, commentators as well. It's like, you throw a wrench into the machinery and kind of see what happens.
We've had 3 driver briefings just to make sure we know roughly what's going on. I think the race itself is about to get underway. Here is the race, and we'll have a chance to talk you through 1 through 15. First row of the grid will be all yellow, all Malaysia, and it will be Kai Cheng in P1 alongside the defending champion Taj Ayman, both inside 218.
P3 goes to Andika Rama. Right behind him, Pratama at P4.
Indonesia doing well. P5, Matthew Wang, the best of the Filipinos. Alongside him on the 3rd row of the grid, Badri Sisa from Singapore.
P7, we have Iqbal Suji. Right at P8, Kanapat Pongpat, 8. 9th, we have Ethan Yo.
Okay, we have a problem with one of the sims, and so we're going to have a little bit of a delay. I'm not quite sure which one it is. Must have been one of the ones along that. Maybe it's for easy.
Yeah, but see, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about also. I mean, obviously, you want the conditions to be perfect for a race of this magnitude. So even if there's a little bit of a delay, I don't mind at all, as long as everything is set correct. Because I don't want to be that one guy who's like, oh man, you know what? If my sim was working properly, I could have won that.
Yes. You're too honest, you are. You're far too honest. Listen, what we've got to do is we've got to reset one of the sims. That'll take a minute or so and get the old nerves calming down. So we're just going to have to talk through once again. Let's talk about the Indonesians, because Indonesia are the team country champions,
right?
Defending team country champions. Andika Rama in P3, Moreno Pratama in P4. We talked about Farizi down at the tail, but Andika Rama, I tell you, this kid is he's a flyer. Well, he's not a kid anymore. He's 31 now.
Right.
But he's a serious racer.
I want to talk to you about how this kind of affects their mentality. Like, I mean, obviously, like, you know, we talked about how adrenaline keeps pumping eventually when you see the race starting already. And of course, there's a little bit of a delay. Like, do you think this affects them on a mental level? Do you think that this is like something of a hindrance for them?
I keep asking the guys, because I'm not a racer myself, but I'm a sportsman myself. And any delay, because you build yourself up, you get the adrenaline going. Then when you come down, when the adrenaline goes, you
kind of come crashing down. But this is also what I really like about it, because I mean, obviously, you want to see consistency in these guys. I mean, when you're a driver, you have to drive as many laps as possible with the same amount of consistency. And I guess this also just goes to show, what kind of champions these guys are, is their ability to pick themselves up when they're down.
I think if there are 2 people who will be disadvantaged by this delay, 2 Malaysians at the front, because they've already established a lead, they've already got in the groove, they're already setting the pace. And so if there's a lull, they've got to get themselves right back up into that same groove very, very quickly, because right behind them, those Indonesians are going to be gunning for them down turn 1 and up the S's.
See, this is where it gets crazy, because I mean, obviously you talk about, how if the first 2 on the grid kind of drop the ball, 3 and 4 will immediately take over. But that's literally what you can say about each and every single person on this grid, because I mean, again, I cannot stress this enough. These are the best of the best in Asia, and you drop the ball for a split second and somebody is more than willing to take over.
Well, let's see how it works. We're still waiting for the sim to be restarted. This is one of the occupational hazards, of course, of e-racing.
Yeah.
We've had this, it's very rare. It's become rarer and rarer. I remember when I first started this in 2019, it was fairly regular. You get dropouts and certainly
connection problems.
Yeah. But the fact we're all here in this same area, let's hope that sim sorts itself out. The marshals are in the area below us in the on the sims, and yeah, we've just got to buy a bit more time. We're still restarting.
this is still much easier to control than actual, real world settings. I've seen races before where rain was just ridiculous and they had to delay for like 2 hours before the drivers could get back.
Or the panics if you stall and then you've got to be pushed into the pit lane as well. This is just let's reboot, let's do it.
Let me just restart this real quick.
That's one of the advantages of it being a simulation.
Indeed it is. But again, we try to make it as close to reality as possible, and that's exactly what they wanted this entire thing to feel like. I mean, even later on, like we mentioned earlier, it is going to be a team race. There is going to be swapping of drivers involved, and that in itself is essentially mirrors what happens in real life.
Endurance racing, of course.
Yes.
You've got to get used to that, and snapping the seatbelt on again, getting used to the situation. Because Taj is a big boy, Chang is a fairly big fella. I'm not quite sure how tall the other Malaysian is, so there might be just a need to change
adjusting
the pedals.
seat, exactly. And when you spend enough time on a sim as much as these guys are, you have very specific settings. You know what I mean? So you want it to be absolute. You want to drive in the absolute perfect condition, so you can perform as much as you want. So that kind of puts a hindrance to it, because like you only have you obviously want to make the driver swap as quickly as possible, but you make it so quick that you don't get the settings that you normally use. That's the question that we'll have.
You're quite right about that. A couple of the guys have brought their own headsets because they want to be that comfortable.
Right.
Most of the boys have brought their own racing shoes. In fact, there's a positive changing room out there earlier on. As we're still waiting for a reset of one of the sims.
But this is a great way to kind of set the tone for a little bit later on, if you think about it. Because again, we talk about how we want to mimic reality as much as possible, right? And with this sort of situation, it kind of, again, tests your mental resolve, how stable you are, how consistent you are when it comes to, adversity coming your way, and then resetting that mindset again when you get back on track.
That's why I could never, ever, ever be a racer. I would be going ballistic. I'd be screaming and shouting, and I mean, I throw a laptop against the wall if it doesn't work, so I'd be throwing a sim against the wall here.
I would probably do the same thing, but it does cost a little bit of money,
Yes,
so I'm probably going to be, like halfway through, I would hold back and try to remember that, we want to be as economic as much as possible.
Financial anger management.
Yes, exactly. But let's talk a little bit about the track again, in case you just tuned in. Of course, we are doing Suzuka. I wanted to ask you, because this is one of your absolute favorite tracks. I mean, even before this whole thing started, Des and I were basically just, talking about it, and you mentioned that this really is, like, legitimately one of, or at least second in your favorite tracks in the world. Is there a specific reason behind that?
Well, I just love it. I love the variety of it. I love the fact the home straight is on a downward curve. Only Eau Rouge does something similar, and that's not on the home straight, so you've got this. And then just before that, you've got the intricacies of the chicane. You've got the long curves, and you've got your figure of 8. Everything is just absolutely perfect about this circuit. I've literally run it. I've had many flying laps around it. I've also had one round Eau Rouge, which that corner, that's really beautiful. But we'll talk about that later. But Suzuka remains amongst my favorite tracks in the world. Okay, we've sorted it.
Here we go.
All right, let's go again. On row 1, it is all Malaysia. It is Kai Cheng in P1 on pole position alongside defending champion Tajan.
On P3, of course, we have Andika Rama. Right behind Andika Rama, we have Pratama on P4.
In P5, we have got Isan from the Philippines, the youngest driver here, alongside Mati Ang.
Right on P7, we have Fadris Isa from Singapore.
Alongside Iqbal Suji, the third of the Malaysian.
Anapat Pongpat at 9, representing Thailand. At 10, we have Ethan Yo from Singapore.
Struggling just a little bit. Chaipat, a long way down in P11.
Victor and Cheta at 12, representing the Philippines. And on 13th, we have Miss Anthea.
Akrapon, who was first out, and then Jautul Kifli in P14. And right to the very back, Bariti Ramaditya, a nightmare for him.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Red lights. When they go off, we are underway. Red lights are off, and Kai Chang is off to a steady start. That's nicely done. He's dealt with the delay very, very nicely, as has Taj Ayman behind them. A little bit of movement as Iqbal Suji makes a move, but it's all nice and smooth into the first turn. And then look at that, Taj Ayman goes up the inside. A new race leader, Andika Rama, comes in into P3.
And Andika Rama, of course, trying to make a move on Kai Chang as well, really capitalizing on that slowdown from him. But Taj Ayman not caring about the fact that they're from the same country. He's just like, I'm going to go ahead as quickly as I possibly can. Kai Chang kind of holding up, Andika Rama right behind him. Ayman the gap between himself and Kai Chang is at 0.3 of a second. Look at how closely they're bunched up together.
It is a long, long drag up that hill through the S's and into the lump curve for the first time. It's only 7 laps. Andika Rama, he got off to a bit of a flyer. Kai Chang was forced wide on turn number 1, and Taj Ayman said, I'm champion for a reason.
Absolutely, and again, we do have 7 laps for this race here at Suzuka Circuit, so not a lot of time to make up for, mistakes going through, but that gap between Taj Ayman and Kai Chang growing a little bit.
Oh, Kai Chang just gets a little bit of a love kiss there from Andika Rama.
A gentle kiss goodbye before you head on out to work. That's the kind of kiss that they had going on between the two.
Right, Andika Rama will want to be in this kind of position as they come out of Spoon.
Look at how closely Andika Rama is following Kai Chang now, very much in striking distance. 0.1 of a second is the gap between the two. Just wait. Oh! Andika Rama moving on up to the second position.
Kai Chang got that one completely wrong and moves from P2 to P3.
Beautiful fight so far we've had, and it's only the first lap out of 7 here at Suzuka Circuit. Rama already closing in on Taj Ayman, but that gap between them is 0.8 of a second, just under 1 second. Kai Chang, and the gap between Rama is 1.5.
Iqbal Suji is up to P4. Noticeable that front 4 are all on soft compound tyres.
And you can see that while we do have a battle going on right ahead of the pack between Ayman, Rama, and Kai Chang, following closely behind them, Iqbal Suji is on 4th, Pratama is on 5th, Enzo Ison on 6th.
Right then, Mukbat is making the first move for the tyres, but let's stick with Taj Ayman. They come through onto lap number 2 of the 7. Right, soft compound tyres, will they last?
For the 7 laps? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. There's a move coming in from Pongpat now, trying to get past Enzo Ison. Enzo Ison tries to defend that, but there is a little bit of a bunch up there. Pongpat goes past Enzo Ison and is now right behind Pratama.
Pongpat moves into P6, nicely done. Again, the soft compound tyres, there is a distinct difference. And he's going to make a move, I think, on Pratama, who's also on medium compounds. We look at Enzo Ison, the 15-year-old, looks unperturbed at the moment, but he's just lost himself a place. He's down in P7.
Maybe he knows something that we don't, but he seems pretty comfortable right now. But there is a battle going on between Pongpat and Pratama. Pratama and Pongpat, the gap between them. Oh, there we go. They're side by side. Pongpat takes over and overtakes Pratama.
That's beautifully done by Pongpat. He's got himself 2 places on the S's. That's nicely done as they go around Degner Curve and then into turn 9 under the bridge as they complete the figure of 8. The 4 ahead of them have got a long, long way away from them. Taj, Andika, Kai Chang and Iqbal Suji looking good for Malaysia at the moment.
And right after Pongpat made that move, look at Enzo Ison now trying to make a move on Pratama. Enzo Ison, the gap between them 0.2 of a second. Any moment now, I feel like Enzo Ison might just make this attack on the next turn.
Okay, we are on board here with Pongpat.
Pongpat looking very, very calm right now, despite everything that he's just gone through. The gap between Pongpat and Pratama under 1 second.
Soft compound tyres though, it's a gamble. It is a gamble. Because you come into if you're on it for the full 7 laps, they'll be just about there by the time you reach that last.
That's right. In case you missed it, of course, tire degradation is at 16 times the usual rate. So let's see if the gamble of putting on soft tires works for them and lasts all throughout the 7 laps that we have here today.
Reino Pratama in P6. Looking back at him is Enzo Ison. Pratama looks cool and calm and calculated. He's had a 3rd place in these Asia Championships in the past.
Look at how closely bunched up everyone is. We're looking right behind Pratama's car where we see immediately Enzo Ison, but right behind them, Patrice Isa also, Matthew Ang, Chayapat also there. So literally, if you make a single split-second mistake, they get to take over.
This is a very, very fast train. Pratama has got Ison behind him, and Fadris Issa can't get close enough, and Fadris ahead of Matiang. And tell you what, the Thais aren't really performing well. Pungpat's done well, he's got himself into P5, but Jayapat in P10. But Akrapon, who's got himself up, to be fair, to P11.
But currently, look at Taj Ayman just dominating so far. Very, very comfortable with his gap of 0.8 of a second between himself and Rama. But again, the battle lies in the middle of the pack right now with Pratama and Enzo Ison just tailing him for almost close to a lap now, right?
Yeah, both on the medium compound tyres, and they come down under the big wheel. Great view from the very top of that big wheel. You can see the whole track. Pratama under pressure, but Pramadita, wow, what a dreadful day for Pramadita. He's got a penalty, he's down in P12, Pramadita. He's the one who was 15th on the grid at the start, but his countryman Pratama still holding off Enzo Ison relatively comfortably.
I hope that doesn't essentially. Oh, there it is.
Rain.
There it is, Des. That's exactly what we were looking for.
Oh, wow. Soft compound and rain is not a happy combination.
Not a great combination at all, but this makes the race way more interesting, way more exciting, and a little bit dangerous.
Well, for Taj Ayman and Andika Rama, they went out thinking that soft compound was the way to go. And Kai Chang, well, I'm pretty sure we'll have to look back at them.
Ooh, love tap there from Matthew Ang. Chayapat right beside Matthew Ang.
Chayapat has got his way through. Oh, he's bullying Matthew Ang off the track there.
Matthew Ang drops down 2 places from that move by Chayapat. Chayapat now right behind Patrice Issa.
Akrapon also making a place up there as well. We're on board here with Patrice Issa.
And right after you said that, Matthew Ang right beside Akrapon Santhia, 0.8 of a second. Let's see if that's enough time. Rain is still pouring out here in Suzuka.
Right, well, we're not even halfway through. Patrice Issa is there, up at the front. Taj Ayman is under pressure from Andika Rama. They're 2 seconds plus clear, 2.5 seconds clear of Kai Chang. We'll just keep an eye. There is Andika Rama, closing right onto the back of Taj Ayman. Remember, these were 1 and 2 last year, our last 2 champions in Asia. It is raining in Japan, and Taj Ayman is feeling the pressure.
Look at that. Earlier on, Rama had about 0.8 of a second gap between himself and Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman now really under pressure from Andika Rama, who is right on his tail.
Mauricio Pramadita has gone into the pits. What's he going to come out on? Is he going to come out on soft compound? He has. He's come out on soft compound. So you can see the clouds have disappeared. So maybe the rain is only on one part of the track.
Oh, there it is.
Have a look at Andika Rama. Andika Rama on the outside. Taj Ayman closes the gap, holds the line, under pressure.
Great defense from Taj Ayman so far, but is it enough for him to hold off the attack from Andika Rama? We'll see. Andika Rama again closing in on Taj Ayman. That gap between them is going closer and closer. Let's see if he's able to make a move here on this next corner.
Not on the hairpin, he won't have a chance to, but he'll try to get as close as he can. So he might get a drag out. We're literally at halfway in this race. The rain is coming down in Japan. Andika Rama is piling on the pressure on Taj Ayman. And behind them, Kai Chang and Iqbal Suji still in 3 and 4. Tell you what, these soft compounds are dealing well with the wet.
I was about to say, like earlier on, we were just talking about how soft compounds usually do not mix well with the rain, but so far, the professional drivers, and I'm guessing that's why they're professional, they're making it work.
Right, they're making it work as they come round Spoon. Is Andika close enough this time to get a little drag and pull behind Taj Ayman? Let's have a look at the tyre wear. 36%, gosh, and he's still got nearly half the race to go.
It is lap 4 of 7. Another penalty is served for colliding with another car. That goes to Miss Anthea a little bit later on. That's a 1 second penalty to be had. But that gap, again, between Taj Ayman and Rama. And while this gap is shortening between Ayman and Rama, you see Kai Chang moving on up from 3rd place. That gap between them also getting closer.
They all are. Iqbal Suji's moving up, Mukbat's moving up, Moreno's moving up. And look at that, even the veteran Chayapat from Thailand, who's got himself up into P7.
Oh, wow, okay, Chayapat is already on 7. Earlier on, I think he was a little bit way down. So what a move on his end. But Enzo Ison also just moves on up, takes back 7th place. Chayapat, there you go. Look at them sliding through that corner. Ooh, here is the battle that is happening in the middle. Enzo Ison against Misanthia. Enzo Ison goes wide, loses control, but there is so much going on right now.
Enzo, well, he's supposedly on the better tyres for the wet on the medium compounds, but Went on a complete slide there. But look at that, Chayapat's got himself up into P8. Every point could count. Every place is important. If you can get up into the top 6, it'll take you on to 10 points.
But look at how closely the grid is. And I mean, earlier on, we did see Chayapat started out, I mean, he was already a little past 10, but now he's moved on up to 8th place. Another penalty that is going to be dealt out to Miss Anthea. A 3-second penalty. That one's got to hurt.
That one does hurt. Fadris Issa P10. Chayapat is there, putting the pressure on Moreno Pratama. Moreno's still on the medium compound tyres. I'd love to talk to the boys afterwards to find out what impact this wet weather is having on their tyre compound.
I gotta love that while we're focusing on the middle of the race right in front, that gap between Ayman and Rama is not really growing either. So all the way, I think, till the last lap here at Suzuka, there's going to be that battle going on too.
And Iqbal Suji is closing in on the front 3 as well. This is the battle for P7 onwards. Akrapon, though, he's got a big penalty to serve, 3-second penalty. So he'll lose a place to Chayapat and to Isom and to Fadris Issa and to Matiang.
That's a lot of people that are going to go past Miss Anthea there because of that penalty. And there it is. We're going to be seeing that happen really soon. But look at how closely everybody is bunched up together. Enzo Ison right behind Chayapat. Behind them, of course, Isa and Matthew Ang following closely as well.
Up at the front, I can tell you, Andika Rama's beginning to make a move on Taj Ayman. 0.1 of a second, and Taj has really got to work as they come through at the end of, this will be lap 5 completed. They go into lap 6, the penultimate lap. Taj has led from the start. Is he able to lead through the last 2 laps as well?
What an amazing show of how it is like to defend, that position from Andika Rama, because the pressure has always been there ever since the start, and still Taj Ayman holds off and sticks to P1.
Bit of a slide there as he goes round turn 1, but there is Taj, bottom right of your screen. Andika Rama, 2 experienced, gnarly veterans in the world of esports. And Taj is all focused at the moment. The lights are on. Andika is flashing, let me pass.
If only it worked that easily, you know what I mean? Just flash your lights and then they go on over to the side, but it doesn't. Here we move back to the middle where we see Enzo Ison kind of defending against Chayapat. This is a replay now of Enzo Ison, Chayapat, and Fadris Issa right behind them as well.
Really tight in the middle. Every point is worthwhile. 25 points to the win, 10 for 6th. Oh, Isan has got a penalty.
But of course, the action lies in front of everyone else. Taj Ayman still holding on to that position from Andika Rama. Andika Rama really desperately trying to get past him. Will he still have enough time? That is the question, because we are on lap 6 of 7 currently.
He's close enough here. If he can get close enough to get a drag out of Spoon, which has turned 14, you've got a long straight. I'm anticipating a move from Andika Rama there or thereabouts. Not now. This is Spoon. This is too dangerous. Taj Ayman holds the line here. He can take the inside line. Now is Andika's chance. He goes on the inside. Andika Rama is your new race leader.
Oh, wow, what a move from Andika Rama. You called that perfectly, Des. He waited for his opportunity, waited for that little strip stream, slingshotted his way past Taj Ayman.
Okay then, now Taj, what can he do in response? He's seen that there are places where he can get a bit of a slipstream. One of them is out of the triangle, the Casio triangle, and down the hill once again. Andika's pulling away. He's been chasing for a while. Maybe Taj has been holding him up.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think the rain has already kind of slowed down. It's not as pouring as it once was here at Suzuka, so obviously that plays a factor into how quickly this guy is going to go through. But the track is still very wet.
Final lap. Taj Ayman was leading for the first 5 3/4 laps. Now we're on to this final lap, the final 7th lap. Taj has got to get close to Andika Rama. The 2023 champion leads the 2024 champion. Taj Ayman, as they come up the S's, gets as close as he possibly can. He'll know the overtaking opportunities.
That gap between them has not grown past half a second. That is how closely these two are racing against each other. And while all of that is going on, obviously we still have the race that is also going on for everybody else right behind them. But so far, the story has been about these two up in front of the grid, Andika Rama and Taj Ayman.
As they come up the hill, up the S's, they are working incredibly hard. Andika Rama's pulled the gap of 7/10 of a second. And you know what? I think Taj is going to have to be content with P2 here, unless Andika makes a mistake. In fact, Taj needs to be careful of Chen Kai-cheng behind him.
There is a lot of pressure coming from Chen Kai-sheng, who is currently half a second, 5/10 of a second. Oh, that gap between them is getting closer. Kai-cheng with the move. Is it enough?
That will be. Taj's tyres are gone.
Oh!
Taj is riding on ball tyres effectively and loses P2, and he can't hold it going around the hairpin. He's been under such pressure. He's not been able to look after his tyres, and that soft compound gamble has hurt him, and he's under pressure from Iqbal Suji as well for P3.
Absolutely devastating for Taj Ayman. Obviously, he was race lead for quite some time, but Andika Rama now pulling away from the rest, and like what you mentioned earlier, Iqbal Suji now putting on the pressure right behind Taj Ayman. Andika Rama has a gap of 1 second. 1.3 seconds between himself and Kai-cheng.
All he's got to do is stay on the black stuff, Andika Rama, and he will take this victory. He knows he's already giving us a wave of approval. A little bit arrogant, it must be said, Andika, but he's a champion in the past. He's just got to negotiate this turn 15.
I guess after all of that, you got to be confident enough in your own abilities, and that's exactly why he gave us a wave already. He knew that he was done. Let him go. Let the man go.
Andika Rama into the Casio triangle for the final time. Takes it perfectly, and for Indonesia, maximum points. Kai-cheng for Malaysia will come through in second. Behind them, look at that, Pratama in P3. Pratama looks for P2. Pratama!
Right at the line, takes away P2 from Kai-cheng. Kai-cheng goes to P3, Ayman at P4. Iqbal Suji at P5. What a race it has been so far here at Suzuka, and it's race 1 of 3. So much has happened already, Des.
Well, Moreno Pratama went on the medium compound, and that meant that the tyre degradation was not as severe. He left it late, he came close and close and close. Wow, what a tactical triumph.
What an absolutely beautiful race to get us started, and you got what you wished for. You got the rain that we wanted to see.
I'm sure Taj isn't too happy about the rain.
No, not at all.
But he had to work so hard defending against Andika that his tyre degradation on the front tyres, he must have been running on ball by the time he finished.
Absolutely, and obviously, you know, that affected the way he ended that race. Very unfortunate for him, but I'm pretty sure that in the next races that we have coming up, he's going to factor that in.
So there are the unofficial scores. Andika Rama, provisional. And all Indonesia, 1-2. How about that? 25 points in. Kai-cheng in P3.
Coming in at P3, Taj Ayman coming in at P4. Iqbal Suji coming in at P5. Of course, Pong Pat also on P6. Enzo Ison at 7th. Patrice Isa on P8.
We'll move on to the second row of the grid. This is 7 points for Ethan Yo out of Singapore. 6 points. Frustrating for Chayapat, such an experienced campaigner. 5 points for the very own Matiang, 4 for Jared Zulkifli, 3 for Victor Ancheta.
From Aditya coming in at P14 and Miss Anthea coming in at P15. But again, like we mentioned earlier, they're still race number 2.
Wow, I like that. I love Suzuka. I love Suzuka in the wet even better.
Always so exciting to see a lot of great racing going on at Suzuka. But again, I hope that this doesn't dissuade some of the people who didn't get to do as well here in the first round, because I mean, we mentioned it earlier that by the second race, if your team scores first place, literally all the drivers on that team get 25 points.
Yeah, exactly. What it means is that those who didn't do well, they can pick up 25 points, but also it might mean that one of your rivals, who is your teammate, picks up 25 points as well. So a terrific race. Suzuka lived up to its reputation. Great choice of track, nice choice of cars, excellent performance by all the drivers, most of them able to cope with the tyre degradation. Let's go back down once again and get some post-race reaction.
Pongpat from Thailand. Hello. First of all, you've been competing in TGR for 6 years, but you are representing Team Thailand, and we are finally here on home soil. Do you feel any pressure competing in Thailand?
Yes, I feel pressure, and I will try it for last race.
Yeah. What do you feel? What made you especially tired?
Oh, it's so tough because of many competitor is need to improve position, gain position.
And, most of the Thai folks have a nickname. Can you tell us what your nickname is? We've had you for 6 years, and we don't know what your Thai nickname is.
Oh, my nickname? My nickname is Tan. Yes, that means I represented for my parent.
And your parents are here in the audience, actually, or your family?
My family. Yeah.
Do you have any words, any shout out for your family who's watching you live in Thailand for the first time for this event?
Thank you for supporting me all the time. Yeah, thank you.
And how do you feel about wet weather? I have to say, as an audience, we really like wet weather, but how do you feel about it as a driver?
It's random. I think my strategy is risky, but I just survive.
Okay. And I see next to your sim, you have Hong Tai here. Is this a secret to success?
No.
I'm hearing for the production that you brought it last year. Are you sure? Show it to the camera what we're talking about. All right. Thank you so much, Thanapat 10. And thank you so much for that. Yeah, we are in Thailand for the very first time, so it is very exciting, of course, to see Team Thailand compete. Last year, of course, over in Malaysia, we had Taj Aiman win over on home soil. But Andika, Rama, it looked really close, neck and neck with Taj just now. And you two are two back-to-back champions here at TGR. Tell me how that race felt.
Yeah, for this race, it was a gamble because for the weather, right? So I and Moreno and Farizi decide who's gonna go with soft and then who's gonna go with matte. So after reading the forecast just before the race start, before the race start, the weather is changing. So thanks to Farizi for reminding us, okay, the weather is changing. So we decided to do different strats for us. So me go soft and Moreno go medium, and turned out it did go well until the end. I know Malaysian drivers is really fast, but I think when I saw they are a little bit pushed too hard at the start, so yeah, I just try to keep calm and then maintain my tire until the end. It's already empty. The tire is already worn out at the final lap, but yeah, I make it count.
Were you nervous? Were you just, you did it, you're right, you did it at the very end there, you pulled forward. Were there any points where you're doubting yourself?
The nervous is only at the start of the race, and it's part of the race, so I need to enjoy the nervous, and turns out it did go well.
Yeah, it definitely did for you. And you've been competing with us for quite a while, and last year you ended up not getting that championship against Taj there. What did you work on between last year and this year?
Actually, I work a lot for the Gran Turismo, especially I learned from the best. Like I watched the Gran Turismo World Series to get the inspiration, like how they do the race so very good. And then I saw Taj, and then another Asian fastest driver, and yeah, I learned a lot from them.
Yeah, you definitely did. And how are you feeling about the next race coming up? Race 2 is going to be a little bit exciting here. We have a team race.
Yeah, we did a lot back home for the strats, like who's gonna do the qualifying, who's gonna do which tire, and yeah, I think after all the practice, I think as long as nothing serious happen, it will hopefully go well.
And one last question. I know every year you come in and you're like, I'm going to win it. But who would you say is your biggest opponent for this year?
Definitely all Malaysian drivers. Yeah.
All right. Well, you heard that, Team Malaysia. All right. Thank you so much, Andika. Oh, a lot of noise in the audience here. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to send it back to our commentators to bring us through some of the Race 1 highlights.
We're in Thailand, but there's a little bit of an Indo-Malaysian rivalry certainly going on out there. Great work from Victoria getting the best out of Andika Rama. Listen, we saw Andika give a little wave right at the very end. Arrogant or confident?
I think that's confidence. I think more than anything, and I mean, I guess you kind of want to set the tone as to how you come into the race, right? And I mean, again, we mentioned how important the first race is, and if you're coming into it with high hopes, good for you.
Okay, let's have a look at race number 1, the best of. Well, it started off with Malaysia in P1 and in P2, and a solid start both from Kai Chang and Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman in P2 was able to muscle his way through past Kai Chang on the first corner, and Taj, in the dry weather, was leading quite comfortably.
Absolutely, and you see Andika Rama already making his move here, not even too much into the race just yet. This is where it starts to pour down. Lap 3 of 7 is where the fun happens, especially for you, because you can basically see exactly how crazy everything gets on.
Taj Ayman, in the meantime, was looking to nursemaid those tyres through the problems. Andika was attacking and attacking, looking for his opportunities. And you can see that's brilliant defensive driving there from Taj. And then Andika, after Spoon, eventually takes the lead on lap 6.
But eventually, that's where it goes wrong for Taj Ayman, is because his tires were basically chewed out by the time that he got to this point of the race, which is very unfortunate for him. Of course, Andika Rama walks away with a win on this one.
So Andika, this is where the confidence, as you call it, I'm not quite sure. It's a little bit arrogant for me. But then the real problems for Taj kicked in. He would go wide here. He's on glass at the moment. Iqbal Suji is closing up to him. And look at Pratama. Pratama is getting himself closer and closer and closer. It's a real battle on the line. And Moreno Pratama is able to get himself into P2. A remarkable performance from him.
It's great that you talked about arrogance earlier, because I mean, if you look at some of the best sports, best athletes in the world, some of them are quite arrogant also. I mean, I feel like you need that a little bit to be able to get ahead of everyone else.
These are the results. So Andika Rama, 27 points, fastest lap as well. That's important. It could be crucial. Moreno Pratama taking points away from Taj Ayman, who only gets 13. Chong Kai Cheng, a very good 16 for the Malaysians.
Taj Ayman comes in with 13 points. Iqbal Suji with 11 points at P5. Thanapat Pongpat with 10 points after that race.
For the Philippines, the 15-year-old Enzo Isan, second appearance here at these championships. 7th place for 9 points. Padre Sisa, I still think he's one to keep an eye on for, 8 points for a mid-table race. Ethan Yo, the youngster from Singapore, he picks up 7 points for P9.
Chayapat, of course, walks away with 6 points off of that race with 10th place. Matthew Ang with 5 points. Jared Zulkifli with 4. Victor Ancheta with 3.
Parisi, oh dear, a race to forget for Parisi. And Akrapon, similarly for him, real problems. Okay, that's the individual standings. How about the overall national standings? And I tell you, Indonesia will be looking pretty. 49 points for them, including the fastest lap. They've got a lead of 9 points over Malaysia.
But not too far behind them. Malaysia has 40 points. The gap widens a little bit with Singapore coming in at 3rd place in terms of country standing with 19 points.
Yeah, Thailand in 17. I really did expect more from Pungpat and Chayapat. Maybe they will in the team race get their act together, but Thailand have twice provided the overall Asian champion. Let's see, they've got work to do on their home soil.
Philippines, of course, tied with Thailand at 17 points. And well, just like you, I'm hoping that they'll put on a better show also for the next race.
Okay, so that's where we stand after race 1 of 3. Race 1 and 3 are going to be individual races. Race 2, a little bit of a twist in this season, a team race. Now, by a team race, there's only one vehicle, and the drivers have to change. They have to give a specific order, qualifier, and the first man out in the car has got to be designated man.
So to paint you guys a picture for those of you who are watching at home, basically they're going to be in one rig, and they're physically going to swap with each other once they swap drivers.
Okay, yeah, on to race number 2 now. Race number 1, Nikarama has got himself in the lead, but now he puts his team cap on. Does Farizi really push to really give Andika Rama a chance to get his 2nd title?
I think ultimately, yes. I mean, obviously when you're talking about, fighting for your country and everything, putting on the best show, I think they will.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Here is the race format. 5 minutes qualifying, just 5 cars out on the circuit. Remember that. The race itself is 30 minutes, twice as long as the race that we've just had. And talk us through the rest, Gino.
Of course, tire wear is going to be a little bit lower, set at 8 times multiplier. Fuel consumption is going to be at 4. Balance of performance is on, tuning is off. Racing hard, racing soft. Basically, what we're going to have happen is that we do have a minimum of 2 pit stops because, again, we have to factor in the driver swaps between each and every single driver that is part of the team.
It's going to be an interesting tactic on how long they decide to stay out there. There's the requirement, minimum 2 pit stops. All 3 drivers must race. I think that was something that we've got to mention. You can't have one driver going for 2 rounds. All 3 drivers must race.
So you cannot basically get the best driver of your country and have him drive the entire thing. You
Correct.
need to get everyone.
Correct. Tire wear times 8. 25 points for all 3 drivers who are in the winning team.
That's right. So if you didn't do so well in the first round, but you did a fantastic job here, each and every single driver who is a part of that country gets 25 points if you come in at first.
So similarly, if you win, fantastic. But if you are Nicarama and you come in 5th, that is a heck of a drop. Fastest lap once again is worth 2 points once again. So maximum 27 points available for points available for this. I am fascinated to see whether or not the guys go for individual glory or to try just to make sure that maybe the Indonesians push the Malaysians away off the racing line.
I mean, we have been hearing a little bit about their scuffle downstairs, so that is very interesting to see indeed.
Okay, right, that's the point system. The car, once again, we've got a beautiful video to talk us through the car they're using. The GR10, the hybrid 2021. Beautiful piece of machinery. Much more powerful than the car that we've just used in Suzuka. That's going to take some getting used to.
I would say that it is a lot more powerful than the car. I mean, earlier on we were talking about how you could use it as a daily driver. If you use this as a daily driver, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the cops would kind of flag you down. 670 brake horsepower, 670 Newton meters of maximum torque. Again, 3.5 liter turbocharged V6 hybrid, mid-engine, all-wheel drive.
I've got visions of you driving around central Manila in this at 5 kilometers per hour.
Yes.
Okay.
5 is a stretch.
Here is the circuit. We are at Interlagos. We are in Brazil. 4.3 kilometers anti-clockwise. Again, a real-world circuit. Conditions dry, but day-night settings.
So this is what makes it exciting also, is because, like what you mentioned, it is day-night settings. So if there are people out there who have, maybe not so good eyesight in the dark, this might, be a disadvantage to them. But one of the things that we can count on is that it will be dry, so we won't have to factor the weather in. Of course, Brazil, beautiful, beautiful circuit. Again, this is something that it is a real-world circuit. Obviously exists in the real world. You can check it out. Autódromo de Interlagos.
We can look at what we think might be the strategy used amongst the 3 races. It fascinates me. I saw the guys working through. So there's one version. You go 1 to 7, 8 to 14, 15 to 21. It's a 21-lap race. And I suspect it'll be more longer versions for the 3rd drivers. So that 3rd version is the one I would imagine would be it. So we go soft compound, whiz, and then try to get home on the medium.
What do you think is going to be the strategy here, Des? I mean, do you put the strongest driver with the medium, or do you want them to kind of just zip by with the softs?
That's a great question. Who is the strongest driver? I'm sure there'll be some fisticuffs amongst themselves as to who is the strongest. But very interesting that you start with soft compound or medium compound. I'm loving the fact that we're having to talk about compound tyres. on the guys, the racers, they've got to think about it as well.
I'm sure this is something that they've been, you know, kind of contemplating amongst each other. And again, like what we mentioned earlier, it is very difficult for athletes or cyber athletes of this level to kind of admit that, like, hey, you're the stronger driver. You should be you should be doing this lap instead. This is where, you know, they have to put aside their individual glory and come together as a team.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by this. So Andika there, he's determined to win.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he's in a situation where he might just edge Malaysia out of the racing line, he'll do exactly that in the nicest possible way. Right, qualification. It's a 5-minute qualification. Only 5 cars on the track. Philippines first out, and for the Philippines, the first man out there is going to be Enzo Isong.
That's right, Enzo Isong will be taking over the qualifying lap here in the Philippines. Again, like what we mentioned earlier, they basically have 5 minutes to do all of this. Right behind them, Malaysia is there, Indonesia and Singapore, and finally Thailand. So Enzo Isong for Philippines, for Malaysia, it's Taj Aiman. For Indonesia, it is Pratama.
It's going to be strange, the fact there's only 5 cars out on the track as well. I mean, it'll be a little bit like the flying lap the guys have just done in Suzuka. You've got open track in front of you. But then again, you could come into some traffic if you're in a battle.
That's true, but less congestion, definitely. But they really, I mean, again, they are driving much faster cars.
They are, aren't they?
This time around, and you can clearly see it, even just looking at the video. You already know that they're going much faster than they were earlier on in the race 1.
Well, Enzo's on his out lap. There's your driver. Your driver is marked in. Enzo will be followed by Matthew Ang, and Victor Ancheta will be the man who is bringing in the 3rd leg. And then we're talking about the strategy. Do they go 6 laps? Do they go shorter?
That's the question that we're going to have to ask ourselves. I mean, definitely, I'm sure that's something that they already kind of figured out before they even got into their rigs. But we'll just have to see how that plays out a little bit later on. Now, if you're wondering who's going to be in it for Malaysia, it's Taj Aiman again, taking care of qualifying. Right behind him will be Chong Kai Chang and then Iqbal Suji.
Okay, they're still on the out lap. Let's see what Enzo is able to do. Some beautiful, fabulous curves here. Veradora.
And look at that. Earlier on, we were tackling corners at maybe 90 kilometers per hour. Now we're doing corners at 190 kilometers per hour. Of course, that is attributed to how low the center of gravity this car is. Also, it's really meant for the racetrack.
Plus, the guys have only had a couple of minutes to readjust themselves, and they're going to have to readjust the rigs once they get in as well, because there is going to be a change. Whoever is doing qualifying must do the first sequence.
Yes.
Then they will make the first change and then the second change.
Now, how does this play into, you know, I mean, obviously the driver swaps a little bit later on. If your team is relatively of similar height, this might actually be an advantage to you, because there's not a lot of adjustment that goes on in terms of the length of how far the seat is from the pedals and everything. But again, everybody has their own little quirk when it comes to adjusting car settings, right?
Loads of quirks. Okay, we've got our first lap set by Malaysia, both inside the 120s. I think we'll get better than that. Everybody inside the 120s. Gosh, this is rapid. Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand. Right,
Look.
they have, 120, right. What is going on with our Thai boys?
Oh, maybe a little bit of home court pressure, do you feel?
Well, Chaipat's an excellent racer. He's been involved so often, as has Tanapat later on, but Chaipat's a good driver.
Look at that so far. Everyone is so quick out there. Malaysia setting the lap, I mean, setting the pace for everyone with 119, 140.
For Indonesia, this is Moreno Pratama, who's just got a fabulous P2 in the first race in Suzuka. His confidence will be high, so this is probably a good idea to have him leading off.
And here we go. We're still here at the qualifying. Again, if you just joined us, we are on the Autódromo de Interlagos, which is a track in Brazil. Currently on board with Pratama. Currently, they are holding on to 3rd place for this qualifying.
Just having a look at the sector times. Sector 2 is slightly down. Not significantly, though. He could be looking to improve. 1:19.629 is the Indonesia time at the moment. He comes into the home straight, and his time is
slower. But they do have 5 minutes, essentially, for this qualifier, so there's still a little bit of time.
Well, he's on his last lap. This will be his last chance to qualify.
Still on board, Pratama. Now we're on board with Malaysia. Of course, that is Taj Aiman, who is currently in control for the qualifier.
Let's hope he gets his tyres right this time as he gives us a little flash of the lights as he goes into the sunset. A reminder, we've got day night here, so that may well have figured into who goes third. The teams had the choice to decide who does qualifying and Sector 1, who does Sector 2, and who brings it home.
Absolutely, but like what Des mentioned earlier, whoever does qualifying is also immediately the first driver when it comes to race proper.
So then, Taj Ayman, Malaysia on pole position. Good performance, it must be said, by Fadris Issa. I do have a hankering that Fadris is going to perform well here. Maybe not good enough to win it, but good enough to really... Oh, a problem.
Problem
for Taj. She
Ayman
pulls
in
out.
Malaysia. That's going to cost them.
They're still fastest.
So it now falls on everyone else, everybody from Singapore, from Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, to try and beat the time that Malaysia has already set.
Indonesia coming through and going to P2 ahead of Singapore. Singapore themselves retake P2.
Takes back P2, Singapore now refusing to give up on that one.
And Thailand still struggling. What is going on with the Thai boys? I thought that this home facility would really suit them.
You would kind of figure that it would be like a home court advantage, but also maybe there is that added pressure of like everybody here knows who you are. I don't know, maybe for some people that's something that kind of deters them from performing their best, but who knows? You know, I mean, while they haven't performed absolutely at their peak for qualifying, maybe they'll do a little bit better on the race, maybe they have their strategy a little bit better than everyone else.
Maybe.
A
lot of maybes.
That's a lot of maybes, you know what I mean?
Fadris Issa, I've been looking forward to Fadris. I've been watching him for a number of years in various e-racing and obviously at the TGR events as well in Asia and in Singapore. They've had to qualify to get here. I'm always impressed by the consistency of Fadris.
That's right, and I mean, obviously, like we saw it earlier, Singapore taking back P2 for that qualifier. Of course, Malaysia still holding on to P1 despite having that problem that they had earlier on.
Well, they set a fast time early on, and Taj is just quick.
It's all you have to do. Like, you just set the quickest time possible and you can screw up the rest and you're okay.
Yes,
I guess that's the advantage of being the quickest on the track. But again, this is going to be such an exciting race for all of us because, I mean, obviously we have to factor in the driver swaps a little bit later on, how quickly they'll be able to do it, who performs the best under certain conditions. And you did mention it earlier that we have day and night for this track. Will that play into effect?
And it's a long race. It's a 30-minute race, 21 laps. Race number 2 is about to get underway. Race 2 of the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. On pole position for Malaysia, represented by Taj Ayman, first up.
That's right. P2 Singapore, that is, of course, Fadris Issa, and Indonesia, Pratama, currently on board.
For Philippines, the first man on board is Enzo Isong. And for Thailand, in 5th place, Chayapat Limkong-Songkong.
Kind of getting used to this black and yellow livery already up in front of the race because that's exactly what we saw earlier on in race 1 as well.
Rolling start at Interlagos. Down the hill. They'll head towards the centre curve. And an acceleration from Taj Ayman. Everyone starting on medium compounds, which suggests a shortish stint.
I think this was the third predicted strategy that we had earlier, which is basically going to be medium, soft. So they're going to keep their qualifying drivers as long as possible on the track, and they're going to have the two come in quicker after that.
Taj Ayman, bottom right of your screen, you can see right next to him, he's got Chong Kai Chang ready to step in. Not quite yet. They'll have to go minimum 5, probably 6, maybe even 7 laps out of the 21.
Depends on how long they can preserve those tires for. Again, this is a 21-lap race, so there is a lot of time for all of our athletes here, basically, to perform as much as they can. Taj Ayman, of course, obviously with a heartbreaking drop before earlier. I mean, he had P1. You think that's going to affect him while he's driving?
Not today. He's got the experience. And of course, if he picks up 25 points in Indonesia, currently in 3rd place, will be on 16 points. That would help him very, very much going into race number 3.
Absolutely, but I like how closely bundled up everyone is. The gap between Malaysia and Singapore, less than a second. The gap between Singapore and Indonesia, only a little over a second. You can pretty much see everyone still bunched up together.
Yeah, it's a bit of a train at the moment. Indonesia in P3, represented by Moreno Pratama, who got himself a fabulous P2 in race number 1 in Suzuka, but he's under pressure from Enzo Isong. Fadris Issa is trying hard to stay close to Taj.
I like how this setup is playing out so far for us, as we actually see their teammates / competitors right beside them also. So I mean, if you were to talk about what we were talking about earlier, where do you want to go for personal glory or team glory, this is the perfect time to do so, right?
Well, Taj and Kai Chang, they're both chasing glory, so they want 25 points themselves.
Of course,
Fadris has dropped down
Team
second or so.
Team Philippines now closing in right behind Indonesia. Behind the wheel of Team Philippines is the youngest driver that they have. Enzo Ison is only 0.7 of a second behind Indonesia, but right behind him also Chayapat is super close to him as well.
Let's see if Thailand at last can show a little bit of the quality that we know that they've got here. Where in Brazil, we're at Interlagos. It's a circuit which has so many memories. Enzo Ison, bottom right of your screen, looks very composed for a 15-year-old.
Exactly. That's kind of what I wanted to point out also. It's kind of crazy how, majority of our racers are actually pretty young in their years, but they have the same amount of composure that, some of our quote-unquote veteran, and I use veteran very lightly because we're also quite on the young side, they're able to demonstrate that kind of composure as well, despite the circumstances that are thrown their way.
So this team contest, we've not had an overtaking maneuver as yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the same as they qualified, and look at the gap that Malaysia are pulling out. Taj Ayman is pulling out a 1.2 second gap over Fadris Issa, and it's a train, but a train with big links in between the connections.
Do you think one of the reasons maybe they're not overtaking just yet is they're trying to conserve their tires as much as possible to stay out on track as long as they possibly can?
Possibly, but surely it it's depends on their strategy. 7 laps maybe on the mediums and then zip onto the soft compounds.
We'll see how that plays out, but earlier on, one of the predicted strategies that we had has played out already. Everybody on the medium tires on. As you can see, literally everyone on the grid has those mediums on. But the gap is not growing. Everybody is just a little over a second right behind each other. Malaysia in the lead, of course. Malaysia with Taj Ayman on board.
He's growing that gap. He is growing that gap. That's 1.5 seconds now for Taj.
That's right, but everybody else behind him, Singapore on second. For Singapore, we have Fadris Issa, who is driving their car for them now, taking over what we assume is going to be the longest stint here in the race.
I think so. It's
so
got
far.
to be on the medium compounds, and then sprint for home as much as you can. So what we reckon, 7, maximum 8 laps.
Well, that gap between Malaysia and Singapore pretty steady at 1.6 now. Philippines gap between Philippines and Indonesia also growing to 1 second. Indonesia kind of catching up to Singapore at this point.
Well, they are. I think Fadris Issa is holding up the rest. I think he is holding up Moreno Pratama. And we saw the Pratama takes a little while to get into his race. We saw that at Suzuka, but when he gets into a race, kapow!
He really gets into it, but I'm super excited to see when the driver swaps start to happen. Is it one of those moments where you see one team going in for the driver swap, do you come in after, or do you want to try to prolong it as much as possible? I don't know.
Well, if you're Malaysia, you want to extend your lead as much as you possibly can. Taj is feeling confident, so long as his tyres are... Right, there's the tyre degradation. His tyres are in great nick, as are Indonesia. He could stay out a while longer, could Taj Ayman, and really let the guys go for it on the softer compound.
If you look at the condition of the tires right now for Malaysia and Indonesia, they're not very far off from each other, just 1% off on, like, I think 2 wheels each. So, they're taking care of these tires fairly well. Lap 5 already of 21.
But Malaysia have got the advantage that they've got open track in front of them. There's no rubber on the surface. That will be useful for Taj.
Absolutely, and that gap between Malaysia and Singapore is now growing, now close to 1.9, currently at 1.8, but earlier on we saw that was like under a second when we started off, right?
Interlagos. At the moment it's late afternoon. The sun will close in. Where are we? Lap 5 of 21, a quarter of the way through this race. Malaysia leading the way. The advantage is between 1.7 and 1.8 seconds. Fadris Issa content in P2, a second clear of Indonesia and Moreno Pratama.
And this, I wanted to point out, is how you get to see that these guys are absolutely professional, absolute beasts on sim rings. I mean, obviously, like on a stage like this where there's so much pressure, you've already had one race done. You've already felt the effects of what it's like to not win, or maybe come in at a place that you expected was lesser than what you wanted. But look at how cleanly they're all still driving. Oh, that gap now between Singapore and Malaysia,
yes.
2 seconds.
Indeed. This is a really, really good leg. And behind them, Thailand, they themselves have dropped 2 seconds down. Real problems for Chayapat.
All right, now if we look at the middle of the race so far, we've got Indonesia and Philippines kind of still holding that plus minus 1 second gap between the two. But that gap between Singapore and Malaysia is growing, Des. 2.2 seconds now.
And look at that, the Thai times, they are half a second down on the Philippines, lap after lap after lap. That is not good for Chayapat. Maybe his setup's not right. Maybe there's the problem. But he is 2 seconds down on the man in front of him, which means he's something like 7 seconds down on the Malaysian race leader.
And I think Indonesia is kind of catching up to Singapore already. At one point, the gap between them was just a little over half a second. So they are definitely closing in. But Singapore and Malaysia, man, Malaysia is just coming away clean with this so far.
2.5 seconds, Taj Ayman. He will be handing over to Chong Kai Chang. And then Iqbal Suji, all of whom did well in race number 1. Everyone going on these medium compounds, so that's understandable.
And for Andika Rama, of course, after Morena Pratama, and for Indonesia rather, Morena Pratama currently there. He will hand it off to Andika Rama. Will we see a driver swap anytime soon?
Lap 7, we're on to lap 7.
Tires are still holding up pretty all right.
Yeah, it's not a case of tire degradation, but it's maybe a case of how much you want to push it when you go onto the soft compounds.
Absolutely. So we're currently looking at the tire conditions of Singapore and Indonesia, not very far off from each other. Of course, currently 2 and 3. Singapore leads Indonesia with a 1.2 second gap so far.
Gino Killamore and Des Corkill with the analysis and commentary of a fascinating team race. Team races are always much fascinating in terms of the teamwork and the tactics.
The strategy behind it. Yeah.
Normally, though, it's an endurance race. It's not a 30-minute sprint.
That's true. So this kind of throws a wrench into things. But one of the things that I will say that I do really enjoy about individual races is just the amount of cars that are on the track. And I mean, obviously, eventually, it kind of backs up everyone, and there is a lot of commotion that goes on. If you'll see, for this race, because there are only 5 cars, everybody's pretty much driving as cleanly as they possibly can, and the gaps between them haven't grown by a ridiculous amount.
I'm just going to contradict you there, because Malaysia are now 2.8 seconds clear. They are lap on lap on lap, adding a tenth, maybe 2/10 of a second.
That is the consistency that we were talking about earlier, and how important it is when it comes to racing. Because I mean, while it's not phenomenal and it's not like a huge margin, if you add them on as the time goes by, it is.
There's consistency. Lap 5, lap 6, lap 7. You're just adding a half a second, which tells you that the tyres are degrading. Maybe this is the lap. After this lap, Taj will come in. You can see just over his left-hand shoulder, that's Chong Kai Chang, waiting to step in. Rivals and friends. I think the Malaysian boys are all teammates together.
But so far, looking at our rigs, not enough movement just yet. Nobody's standing up and doing stretching. And oh, there you go. Just as I said that, somebody was already kind of stretching there in the middle. So we might just expect a driver swap in just a little bit.
Well, if I'm Thailand, I go in early. I get onto the soft compound and I try to make up as much headway as I possibly can over the next few laps. And I take a bit of a gamble.
That's true. But then again, we're commentators and we're not the ones racing there, so maybe they have a different set of plans in mind. But I do get where you're coming from, though, because I mean, obviously, things haven't been going so well for them. Maybe it's time to change things up. Maybe it's time to take a little bit more of a gamble than what they usually are used to.
Taj, you're right. He's going to come in on this lap. You can see that Chong Kai Chang is right there. Singapore also coming into the pits. Everybody is changing as quickly as they possibly can. Everybody into the pits, including Thailand. All 5 on identical strategies.
This answers the question that we had earlier. Like, if you see one team coming into the pits, do you follow suit shortly after? Well, so far, yes. Everybody's been doing the same. So we have the driver swap already. Malaysia, Tai Chan comes in for Taj Ayman, as you can see there on the lower right-hand corner of your screens. Chong Kai-shang now driving the second stint for this race here at Interlagos for Malaysia.
Sexy graphics, I'm enjoying those. That tells us that Taj hands over to Kai Chang, and they are out and about with a 3. They've increased their lead.
Increased their lead.
Wow.
Wow. It is, and even still increasing, as you can see. 3.7 is the gap between Malaysia and Singapore now. Of course, if you're wondering who is driving for Singapore now, it is Ethan Yeo who takes the wheels from Patrice Issa.
Interestingly, soft compounds for Kai Chang, Malaysia, and for Philippines, Matty Yang, and for, as we expected, Akrapon for Thailand.
That's right. Now, I want to see how big the gaps have gone so far. The most notable one, Malaysia's gap to Singapore is now at a whopping 4.8 and growing, 4.9 seconds between the two. Indonesia's gap to Singapore still under half a second. The gap between Philippines and Indonesia a little over 1 second. And Thailand still with a 2.9 second gap between themselves and the Philippines.
On board with Andika Rama. He's got Matty Yang behind him. Andika in front of him. He's got Singapore's Ethan Yeo. Andika Rama goes around the outside. Wants to get into P2. Indonesia. Push, push, push. P2 for Indonesia.
Indonesia takes P2 from Singapore, and Matthew Ang follows shortly after getting in on the action that's happening here right now. Is it enough for Matthew Ang to make a move as Indonesia basically pulls away from Singapore right on that straight?
Ethan Yeo is having an absolute nightmare for Singapore.
Oh,
He's
Matthew
lost 2 places.
Putting on a move, getting in between the scuffle between Indonesia and Singapore. Matthew Ang now brings the Philippines up to 3rd place currently on the race that we have here.
Very interesting. You see the Filipino success. I see Singapore going backwards.
That's what you see.
Glass half empty, glass half full.
But it is a beautiful battle so far. Earlier on, we were talking about when the overtakes would happen, and there you have it.
Right, Philippines though on soft compound, and that gives Matianga a real advantage over Andika Rama. I think Andika is probably a more experienced and arguably a better driver, but his machinery and his contact with the ground won't be as quick.
Absolutely. So Matthew Ang, I guess, trying to make the most out of those soft tires, really making them work for him. He's trying to make a move on Indonesia now. The gap between Philippines and Indonesia, 0.1 of a second. Here it is, Matthew Ang really going on right behind Andika Rama here. Andika Rama, beautiful defense on his end.
And he'll hold the line going into this chicane, the left-right. Singapore have improved just a little bit. Ethan Yeo has got his mojo back, but he had a disastrous outlap, did Ethan Yeo?
Absolutely, but there still is a lot of time left on our race here, Des. Lap 11 of 21. We are back on board again with Matthew Ang for the Philippines, going up against Andika Rama of Indonesia, holding on to his 2nd place brilliantly here.
The gap between Andika, though, is 6 seconds behind Malaysia.
Malaysia's just pulling away at this point.
At this point they are. Matty Yang is doing his best to make the most of his soft compound tyres. Was it a gamble? I suspect not. You've got to be quick, but you've got to make the soft compound work. You've got to overtake the man in front of you. Otherwise, it's just frustration for Matty Yang and Philippines.
But again, this is just a testament to how great of a driver Andika Rama is also. He might be at a disadvantage with the medium compounds, but he's still holding off the attack of Matthew Ang, who's just right behind him.
I think he's a fabulous racer, but look
at the
degradation.
degradation, man. That is the gamble that you have to make. Oh, this is where it gets interesting.
And he's not been able to get ahead of Andika Rama either. Oh. And the night comes down, the lights come on. The lighting gets a little bit more difficult.
This is what we were talking about earlier. We did mention earlier that Interlagos is going to be a day-to-night race. Will it affect our drivers somehow? We'll find out in just a little bit. In the meantime, that battle between Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore is still going on, while Malaysia sits comfortably on a 5-point-second gap between themselves and Indonesia.
But that has been pulled back. It was over 6 seconds. 0.4 have been pulled back by Indonesia. Philippines, that soft tyre compound gamble has not worked, you know.
So far, yes, it has not, unfortunately for them, but let's see, maybe they'll pull a rabbit out of a hat, I don't know. We'll see in just a little bit, but man, that tire degradation is something else for the soft compound on the Philippines. Thailand still currently at 5th with a 3-second gap between themselves and Singapore.
38% on that right wheel.
Ooh, that tire is going.
That's 2 more laps. 2 more laps. He's going to have to come in, maybe 3, to take him up to 14.
And I think they're fairly well aware of that. You can already see that right behind Matthew Ang, you already have someone positioning themselves there. I believe that will be Victor Ancheta, if that is indeed him. I can't tell because I can only see his waist right now.
Yes. But he's not making any impression on Andika Rama. Andika's such a
terrific driver. I mean, look at that. I mean, again, we mentioned it earlier that he is basically at a kind of a disadvantage with the medium compound there, but holding off on his own.
Well, he's increased his lead. He's faster than the Filipino. He's faster than
Matthew Ang. Yeah, 1.5 seconds is the gap between them now. Singapore is also closing in on that gap that was earlier set at a little over a second. Now that gap between Singapore and Philippines is now down to 0.4 of a second. I feel like the tires are really giving up now.
To be fair, I think Ethan Yeo owes Singapore just a little bit of a something, having lost 2 places on his outlap.
There it is, Singapore about to make a move on Philippines. Ethan Yeo about to make a move on Matthew Ang. That gap between them, 0.4 of a second, really close now.
Look at that right front wheel for Philippines.
Ooh, 17%. So we're gonna see a move here from Ethan Yeo any minute now. And I get the feeling that Team Philippines will also be coming in for a pit stop anytime soon. Gap between Singapore and Philippines, half a second. The gap between Indonesia and the Philippines now grows to almost 3 seconds. There
Malaysia.
is pit stop from Malaysia.
Pit stop from Malaysia. And they are going soft compound once again. They're going to say, let's last for 7 more laps. Indonesia out on the track are the race leaders. Singapore stay out. Philippines, quite rightly, come in.
With the 17% left on that tire. Yes, I believe that was the right call, which means for Malaysia, it will be Iqbal Suji taking over the wheel for Malaysia. Indonesia and Singapore so far still staying out, not doing the pit stop just yet. Currently in pit, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand.
Andika Rama might stay out 1 more lap, you know, because look at that. He's got such good grip on that tyre, on those front 2 tyres. It's always the right front tyre that's caused the main degradation. There's a lot of right-hand turning for these guys. But Andika Rama has raced so well. It wouldn't surprise me to see him stay out until lap 16.
Andika Rama basically putting on a masterclass of how to preserve your tires to the maximum potential, really staying on out there. And imagine the amount of time that he gets to lead out this. The gap between Indonesia and Singapore is now 3.3 seconds. The gap between Singapore and Malaysia, 18 seconds.
But
now.
Malaysia have served their 2nd pit stop. Yeah. They have got this to come back. So Singapore in P2.
Malaysia already on its final driver at this point.
Yes, final
right?
driver.
No
so
more
Malaysia
pit
with
stops
Iqbal
in them, as long as they can make the tires last all throughout the rest of the race. Again, we are doing 21 laps here at Autodromo de Interlagos in Brazil. It is nighttime already. When we started this race, Des, it was still morning.
It was still yesterday.
Indonesia and Singapore still out there without the pit stop just yet. The gap between Malaysia and Philippines is now 7 seconds. The gap between Philippines and Thailand, 5 seconds between the 2.
Right, this is worth staying out. Iqbal Suji is back in the cockpit for Malaysia. He's the 3rd driver. He's the final driver. Ethan Yeo is still out there for Singapore. Andika Rama, when is he going to come in? Ethan Yeo might stay out as well because he's looked after his tyres. After that awful first lap, he's driven pretty well.
So far, Indonesia and Singapore really know how to take care of their tires. I mean, I think they've been, is it 7 laps now for Indonesia?
Yeah, 7 laps. They came in on 8. Yeah. As for Indonesia, well, oh, it's a 1 second. Oh, maybe those tires are going now down.
Oh, there
for
it
Andika.
is.
Yeah.
You kind of see it already. Again, like what you mentioned earlier, it's always the right side of the car that, you know, where the tire degradation suffers.
And fuel problems as well for Indonesia, just 15% left.
All right, so I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing them come into the pits real soon. Beautiful run, though, from Andika Rama. And Iqbal Suji now is who we're watching currently for Team Malaysia.
Currently 3rd out on the track, but that will change when the pit stops are made. If the pit stops are made. Andika's... Where is Andika Rama?
Are they staying out?
He's staying out, you know.
He's staying out. They're really trying to milk the most out of this. Or are they going to go for softs?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Soft for the last 5 laps, a 5-lap sprint. Indonesia. Well, I tell you what, Indonesia are staying quick. They're staying quick. Look at that consistency from Andika.
Despite the tire degradation, and I feel like, okay, so far we've seen Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand basically go out on the medium, go to soft, and then medium, right? And then we have Indonesia and Singapore who might just go with
on
soft.
fresh soft to be able to really give it a burst.
Yeah, because we're already on lap 16 of 21, so I guess we're going to see how that plays out for them. Is it a big gamble? I think it is. Is it going to be worth it?
I think you've got to. I think if you're Indonesia, you don't want to give up the chance of another 25 points because it's only 3 rounds. We've had 1 round already.
And it benefits all drivers. All drivers of the country get the 25 points if they end up on first place. So, I mean, obviously, while this is also an individual competition, this benefits everyone ultimately.
Indonesia still staying out there. Malaysia third. Right, Indonesia into the pits.
There you go. Finally with a pit for Indonesia. Singapore rather, also comes into the pits.
And so this means your leader out on the track should be Iqbal Suji. Should be. Depends on how quick Indonesia's change is. Well, he will still come out in second, but then he'll be on soft compound tyres. And then Indonesia will be chasing Malaysia.
There you go. That is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Des. They both go out on soft compound tires coming in from the medium, really hoping for that burst of speed once they get out. But is that burst of speed enough for them to catch up to Malaysia, who is currently leading everyone now?
But what's the difference? What's the differential? We'll find out now. Philippines are 6 seconds down. Farisi, 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds to make up in 4 laps.
Zulkifli comes in for Singapore.
A second a lap has got to be made up.
Pretty close to each other. Indonesia 5 seconds behind Malaysia. Philippines 3.2 seconds behind Indonesia. Singapore 1.5 is the gap between themselves and Philippines. And Thailand comes out with a 3.7 second gap between themselves and Singapore.
Fascinating finale. All important for both the individual and the team championships.
We've got a few more laps here at Autódromo de Interlagos. The lights are completely out right now. It is nighttime here in Brazil. This race has gone on long enough for us to see the shift from day to nighttime, Des.
Certainly has. Malaysia leading. That lead is coming down rapidly. It's come down half a second already inside half a lap.
Is it enough time for them to catch up, though? Lap 18 of 21 as we go through Indonesia. The gap between themselves and Malaysia, 4.8 seconds between the two.
Farisi owes his teammates. Farisi owes Indonesia. He's in P2 at the moment, 4.7, 4.64, 4.62. Gosh, every meter he is making up just a little bit of ground. 4.5. Is he going to make it in time? Malaysia have got to look after their tyres as well.
That is absolutely true. Again, Malaysia still on the mediums, coming off of that final pit stop that they have. 3 more laps to go for them. That gap between Malaysia and Indonesia is 4 seconds. The gap between Indonesia and the Philippines grew a little bit. 5.4 seconds now is the gap between them. Singapore closing in on the Philippines. 1.4 seconds. Thailand holding steadily with that 3-second gap between themselves and Singapore.
Thailand still only 11 points. 25 points for the winning team. 20 for second. 16 for third. 13 for fourth. 11 for fifth. They could have a big bearing on the individual championship. Can Fariti catch up? 4 seconds inside 4 seconds, 3 laps to go.
Gap between them getting closer and closer. The question is, again, at the end of the day, will it be enough laps for him to be able to cut that lead short?
Time.
Ooh, Singapore really closing in on the Philippines now. 0.7 is the gap between them, and Philippines, the gap between Indonesia has grown to 6.6 seconds.
Well, that soft compound idea really is working for both Indonesia and Singapore. Seems to be working. Will it be a successful transition? For Singapore, it is Jared Zulkifli Yikai who is closing on the back of Victor.
Jared Zulkifli really right behind Victor Ancheta now. That gap between them is 0.3 of a second. Earlier on, it was a little past, a little over 1.5. But again, the soft compound tire gamble really working out for Singapore and Indonesia so far. Indonesia gap between Malaysia is also getting shorter yet again as we go through lap 19 to 21.
Only 2 laps to go though.
I know.
They've got to make up 2 seconds, a second and a half a lap. Singapore, have a look. That's Jared.
Victor Ancheta shuts the door on that approach from Zulkifli, though, but does he have enough to defend?
Jared can take his time because he's got the pace. He just has to wait. He just needs one moment. He just needs to wait until the start-finish line because he will get that pace.
He's got the tires. He has enough time, I think. Lap 19 of 21. We'll see in just a little bit. But look at that gap between Indonesia and Malaysia. Again, it's getting closer and
3
closer.
seconds. Woohoo!
But so far, being that it's already lap 20 of 21, I don't think that it's enough time unless something monumentally wrong happens for Malaysia.
Okay, Singapore making their move. This is Jared Zulkifli. Looks on the inside, then has a look on the outside. Desperate defending from Victor. Victor Ancheta says, you've got to have to go around me. You may be quicker, but I'm not going to give this to you.
I'm not going to make it any easier for you. That's, I suppose, Filipino fighting spirit there. But look at that. There you go. Singapore ultimately takes the place from Victor Ancheta as Singapore, with the soft compound tires, pulls past Victor Ancheta of the Philippines.
That's worth 3 additional points for them in the overall championship standings. That's useful for them. Right then, Singapore in P3, Philippines 4, Thailand, sad to say, a long, long way out of it. We can focus once again, I feel, on P1.
Look at that, Des. This is what we were talking about earlier. Indonesia now 2.5 seconds, 2.3 seconds behind Malaysia. So that gap between them is getting shorter and shorter. But unfortunately, the time that we have on this track is also getting shorter and shorter, as we are currently on lap 20 of 21 here at Brazil.
You can almost hear Farizi saying, I'm behind you. I'm coming for you, my friends. Iqbal Suji, though, calmness personified in the inset window.
But if Iqbal Suji were to hear that, he's probably also saying, you don't have enough time. That is the problem that we have here. Given maybe a few more laps, but currently, look at that lead. Earlier on, that was a little more than like 6 seconds, and now it's down to 2.3.
Right then, we are on the final lap. Ooh, a little bit of an indiscretion there coming in from Malaysia, but Iqbal Suji will take this home, and Malaysia are going to pick up 25 points.
Every single person in Malaysia and Team Malaysia, so that's 25 points for Taj Aiman, Chong Kai Chang, and Iqbal Suji when they cross that line at first place.
2.3 seconds is going to be the final margin. I think Indonesia have decided enough is enough. I've given it as much of a chase as I can. No, they're still going to try and chase it down, try and make it as tight as they possibly can.
But I believe that gamble between, with the soft compounds at the very end, kind of paid off for them. There it is.
Malaysia come through, and Malaysia down the home straight to take the victory.
That black and yellow livery getting too comfortable up in front. Race 1, that is exactly what we saw. Malaysia comes away with the victory here at Autodromo de Interlagos. 25 points for each and every single driver there for Malaysia.
Well, you can see the Malaysian boys getting out of their seats. They've done a really good job. From Taj, who set the fastest time in qualification, right the way through. A proper team effort from a really good team.
You know what I really like about this race, Des, is that, while they're all celebrating right there, it's like, yay, we won 25 points. But later on, you're back to, we're back to competing against each other, right? All right.
Later on in 5 minutes time.
Exactly. So that's what really makes it interesting. But again, this is great news for everybody. I mean, at least for Malaysia, 25 points for each and every single one of them. And beautiful, beautiful driving from all of them.
Confirmation of the results. Malaysia taking this. They don't get the fastest lap. Indonesia pick up the 2 bonus points for the fastest lap. That could be fascinating. Absolutely. That's 22 points for Indonesia. All 3 of them. 25 points for Malaysia. Wow.
That's right. So that fastest lap really does play in a pretty big factor when you put it all together. Singapore obviously comes in at 3rd. Philippines comes in at 4th. And finally, Thailand rounds things off at P5.
Well, fascinating. I enjoyed that one.
I know, right? That was, again, and it's so exciting to see how the driver swap started happening. And you could basically see, I think at that point, as a driver, you'd also be like, yo, sub me in, put me in, get me in on this race. Cheers all around for Malaysia happening downstairs.
Okay, as darkness comes down over Brazil, I think it's still light outside this Toyota Alive space that we are hosting this 6th TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. And that was a good time for Malaysia, but that fastest lap, those 2 bonus points for the fastest lap, could well be crucial for Indonesia.
Absolutely, and not just for Indonesia, but for the individual drivers themselves a little bit later on, because I mean, obviously we still have an individual race that is happening in just a few minutes. But again, that bonus 2 points really plays in a huge factor a little bit later on.
Did Andika Rama stay out 1 lap too many?
Ooh, that is a good question, but he was really able to, you know, preserve those tires, milk the most out of his tires as much as he could, right? So that is an amazing display, but these are some of the questions that we'll never really be able to answer. Like, was it worth it to stay out a little bit later on? Should I have swapped in? Who knows, right?
One person who can ask those questions, we're going down to get some post-race reaction. Victoria Cheng, our fabulous hostess, is down to get some post-race reaction from the team event at the Esports GT Championship.
I'm here with Team Malaysia. Now, this was truly a team race. See a lot of Malaysia fans over here. Now, how did you guys is there a boss who comes up with all the strategies, and how did you decide the driver order and, of course, the pit stops?
I think from our side, we knew that the track position is very important, especially in this car, because it's actually quite difficult to overtake. So last night, the 3 of us actually had a late night discussion in one of our rooms, and yeah, so we tried to discuss our strengths and weaknesses from each of us, and that's how we come up with this strategy.
Okay, so there's no boss here. This was teamwork.
Yes, definitely.
All right, well, Taj, you opened up the race. How important was your job in setting the tone for your team?
Yeah, for the starting, yeah, it's really important to do the qualifying. So yeah, we discussed last night whether Iqbal and Kachang or me. So I decided to do the qualifying. So it's really important to give a good position for starting off first. So we try to maintain the pace, and throughout from there, we try to strategize as well for the strategy on the race.
Well, I want to ask you, who do you think is the most calm and who's the most chaotic on your team?
To be honest, Kachang and Iqbal, y'all are really calm. We really do strategize and we talk through and everything. Like, yeah, I think props on them, which really do give the hard work on this in second race. So yeah.
And Iqbal, you had to bring it home. How much pressure did you feel in the final laps?
To be honest, not really so much, because due to the teamwork of my friend Taj and Kai Chang, they did a splendid job in their stint 1 and stint 2 respectively. So the gap they put up is tremendous to the team behind. So for me, it's just about sending home, making sure that I stay within my limits, but trying to push as well to see how comfortable I am. And luckily, because of their efforts, we were able to get a very good win for round 2. Yeah.
Nice. And Chongkai, how did you feel about the handover, and how do you were in the second driver spot there. How do you keep the momentum going?
Yeah, I think that's actually part of our strategy, where we want to ensure that we have as much clean as possible. So as we can see, right, the other teams, they were trying with medium, soft. But from our side, we were thinking, since we are ahead, might as well just do soft at the second stint, so that we avoid all the chaos together.
Well, you guys certainly, teamwork definitely paid off. Now, you heard earlier from Team Indonesia, you guys were the ones they really had their eye on as one of the toughest opponents here. Do you have anything to say to Team Indonesia?
I think like everyone who's joining the race, how to say, maybe I can say.
Rama, kasih datang Rama.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Iqbal, Taj, and Chongkai. Congratulations on race 2. We're going to send it back to our commentators after a very short video.
トヨタガズーレーシングの精神、それはトヨタのモータースポーツの歴史から紐解かれる。2人の開口により GR ブランドの軸となる理念が形作られていった。
走る、壊れる、直す、そして強くなる、これを繰り返し開発するエンジニア自身も変わってまいりました。モータースポーツを起点としたもっといい車作りのスタート地点に我々はようやく立つことができました。
プロドライバーと共にひたすら走り込みを重ね作り上げた GR ヤリスをはじめ、壊しては直しを繰り返して得られた知見と経験からモータースポーツの DNA を受け継ぐ車が数多く生み出された。
Oh, it's very exciting to see the philosophy behind it all. I would love to invite onto the stage Satoru Osaku, the Department General Manager of GR Company. A warm welcome and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome. The GR philosophy is about making ever better motorsports bred cars. Can you tell us a bit more about this philosophy?
Okay, the concept of developing the ever better cars through motorsports has been the part of Toyota's DNA since the very beginning. In fact, our founder, Kiichiro Toyoda, spoke about this as early as 1952. He really believed that the motorsports was the ultimate proving ground to challenge our engineer, push our technology to the limit, and accelerate the learnings. In 2007, Akio Toyoda, known under the racing name Morizo, formally launched our Toyota Gazoo Racing with a clear mission to build ever better cars through motorsports. And that environment strengthened not only the vehicles but also the people. Their mindset, speed of response, and technical capability. And yeah.
I mean, I think that speaks volumes. There's nothing like putting the engineers to the test than putting the cars directly into competition. I would like to ask you, what are some of the global activities that support this initiative?
Okay. Toyota Gazoo Racing actively competes in the world's three major championships. One is WRC and WEC, and W2RC, which include the Dakar Rally. And in WRC with GR Yaris, we are currently on a 5 years consecutive championship run. And in WEC with GR010 hybrid, we secured 6 straight titles up to last year. And in the Dakar Rally, with GR Hilux, we took the overall victory again this year. And in addition to these World Championship, we are also participating in for example, the Nürburgring 24 hours in Germany, and a Super Taikyu in Japan. And here in Asia, we are also participating in the AXCR. And there, we developed the Hilux GR Sports under the real rally conditions.
Well, it's so exciting how many activities, how many races there are around the world this one included. And I understand this is actually your first esports event. How are you finding it? What are some of the highlights for you this year?
Okay, let me show you the example of the GRE areas, and which use our completely reversed philosophy. And an important thing is the development does not stop at the launch. Each year, we are continue to push our vehicle in the motorsports and drive it to its limits, and identify the weakness and fix them. So in the end, we make it even stronger. This cycle of continuous improvement and challenge, these are new evolved version of the vehicles.
And to close things off, are you enjoying yourself today here at this event?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm sweating.
Yeah, it has been a very exciting race today. Ladies and gentlemen, Satoru Osako, thank you. And with that, we do want to watch some of the highlights from race 2, and to take us through it are our commentators.
Yeah, thanks very much, Victoria, and fascinating to find out a little bit about the extensive work being done by Toyota on the real racing scene, on the rally scene, and of course on the esports scene as well. And Osaka-san was involved in one of the exhibition races yesterday and didn't fare too badly.
Exactly. For somebody who this is basically his first foray into esports, not bad at all. But again, this is the beautiful thing about all of this, is it makes it accessible for everyone, and which just goes in line with the philosophy of Toyota, which is making racing as presentable, as amicable for everybody.
The real reason that we're here, though, is for the racing, to find out the champion of Asia, the TGR Asia champion. Race number 2 was a team competition. Malaysia were dominant. Into race 2. On pole position.
There it is,
well, Malaysia, the black and yellow,
black
very,
and yellow
very good.
is at it again. Malaysia so dominant so far. Beautiful drive from them. Of course, Malaysia started off with Taj Aiman behind the wheel. Singapore with Fatris Isa right behind them as well.
And for Indonesia, well, once we got onto the second driver, really good work from Andika Rama. Real problems for Singapore. Ethan Yeo went from P2 to P4 on his outlap, but he would make amends a little bit later on, so that by the time we hit lap 19, there was a chance here for the third driver, that was Jared Zulkifli, to get that place back. So Singapore finishing on the podium in P3, but the runaway winner, Malaysia.
Absolutely, Malaysia just decimated everybody there with how consistent they were driving and how they preserved their tires so well. Iqbal Suji taking that win home for Malaysia.
A day-night race going on at Interlagos, and Malaysia picking up 25 points. Crucially, Indonesia fastest lap. So 22 points. It's not a 5-point massive victory for Malaysia. It's just 3 points. And that has huge implications on the individual championship.
Absolutely. Singapore coming in at third, clenching 16 points for Fatris Isa, for Ethan Yeo, and Jared Zulkifli. The Philippines comes away with 13 points for Victor Ancheta, Enzo Ison, and Matthew Ang. And finally, for Thailand, Thanapat, Chayapat, and Akrapan all getting 11 points off of that race too.
Very frustrating for Thailand, though. I keep expecting them to produce something special. They've got one more race to try to do that, but they've already got 2 champions performances behind them. They're not going to get one this year. The individual championship standings are close. A 7-point lead for Andika of Indonesia over Moreno Pratama, his countryman. Then you've got 3 Malaysians in a row on 41, 38 and 36 respectively.
They're always with each other. Even in the overall standings, they still stick to each other as much as possible. Of course, Farizi Pramaditya at 6, Fatris Isa at 7th with 24 points, Ethan Yeo with 23 points for Singapore.
A little bit further down, moving on to P9. And this is where the Filipinos make their first involvement. 13 points and 9 for Enzo Ison. Then you've got Thanapat. Then Jared Zulkifli on debut. A good 16 points for him. He's on 20. Mati Ang and Chayapat 18, 17. Victor Ancheta 16. And Akrapan bottom of the pile on 15. It's a very talented pile, but you don't want to be bottom. Right, that's the individuals. Talk us through the country statistics.
All right, of course, after all of this is said and done, we still want to fight for our country as much as possible. Indonesia walking away with 115 points, but look at Malaysia. They're also with 115 points. It is a battle between Indonesia and Malaysia so far. Singapore comes in at third with 67, the Philippines with 56, and finally, Thailand with 50 points. The real story here, obviously, Indonesia and Malaysia neck and neck.
But Indonesia, they have higher positions, more wins overall than Malaysia. And so that is why that they have that slight advantage. But wow, we have got open competitions going into the final race. We didn't have this last year. I think it was cut and dried a little bit, the country battled last year. Indonesia, the defending country champions, have got it all to do on this final race. Well, hopefully my voice will hold out for race number 3.
We've got one more race to go.
Indeed,
I think you got it.
And it's going to go right the way to the line. I'm looking forward to this very much because everything is on the line.
Absolutely. You know, we wanted the races to be as exciting as possible. We wanted the competition to be as tight as possible. Indonesia and Malaysia showing us exactly that, at least in terms of the country standings. So this is going to be this is where, you know, risk and calculation, you just risk it all. You're already here.
I like that team factor. I like the way that we've introduced that. Now then, all the competitors, turn a switch, because your teammate is now your rival. As
back to default settings.
Indeed, Andika Rama and Moreno Pratama were teammates. Now they are deadly opponents. Race 3, the format. The pole is the grid is based upon your championship position, which means that the Indonesia will be 1 and 2, Malaysia 3, 4 and 5, Indonesia 6. It's a 25-minute race.
14 laps. Tire wear is set at 14 times. The degradation, fuel consumption is at 4 times. Also, racing hard, racing soft. Balance of performance is turned on as always. There is a minimum 1 pit stop, which you can take at any time during the race. So it's really up to whatever your strategy is when you want to be able to take that pit stop. Now, earlier on, we were talking about it already, Des. Like, is it one of those moments where when you see somebody do a pit stop, do you do the pit stop with them? We'll see.
Well, we've got everything else wrong so far today, so let's not make that prediction. You must also, at one stage, either use a medium or racing hard compound during the race. So you can't go soft, soft, soft.
Absolutely.
You've got to put a harder compound in, which will make life interesting. Point system, 25 for first,
Absolutely.
20 for second, 16 for third. The fastest lap, those 2 points have been absolutely crucial so far.
And I mean, with how neck and neck everybody is, you need all the points that you can get. But just rounding off the point system again, for 4th place, you get 13 points. 5th place gets 11, 10 for 6, 9 points for 7th, 8 points for 8, 7 points for 9th, 6 points for 10. So again, this is all going to come into very, very crucial territory.
Okay, so, well, in terms of the overall champion, Andika Rama, if he wins the title. If he comes second, he wins the title. Anywhere in the top 2, and he will be guaranteed his 2nd championship. Let's see what race they are going, or what car they're going to be racing in. I want one.
I know exactly how you feel, but I love the contrast between that video and exactly what our racers are going to be doing to the car. Because in that video, everything was pretty chill, you know, nice little cliffside drive. That's not going to happen today. Today, we're going to push this car as much as it was pushed in 2019 when it was introduced in the Nürburgring with Maurizio himself driving the Supra.
3-litre turbocharged inline front-engined rear-wheel drive. I always feel the rear-wheel drive causes some problems. It's just a different mentality. The power comes not from where you expect it to.
Absolutely, but it is such a joy to drive, like especially when it kind of fishtails a little bit. That really makes you feel
scared.
How much power. I was going to say how much power is behind the car, but yes, scared is also one of the terms that we can actually use. 394 of brake horsepower there, 587 Newton meters of torque. And what's really interesting is this car is not even that far away from the stock car.
Okay, where are we racing? It's another classic track. I like the selections for today. We've had Suzuka, we've had Interlagos, now we've got Watkins Glen. We're back to a clockwise direction. Another real world circuit. Dry morning conditions, gosh. You're too fair to the drivers, guys, too fair.
Of course, this track is located in the United States of America. It's 5.435 kilometers, 15 turns in total. Of course, the surface is tarmac, so a lot of action that's going to be happening here as we go on to our final race of the day at Watkins Glen International. Dry weather though. Des, how are you feeling about that?
Some iconic corners though, the S's through 2, 3 and 4, the outer loop and the toe and the boot and the heel. It's a fabulous circuit and a great way to decide how we're going to get a winner in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Asia Championships, our 6th time that we will be crowning a champion in Asia.
You know, one of the things that I like, while of course I enjoy the wet weather for tracks, is when it comes to a condition like this where everything is pretty much set, it's dry, you really get the best out of the drivers. You know what I mean? Like, there is not a lot of room there for error, so if you really make a mistake, that's on you. You cannot blame the weather.
Okay, very true, very true. Remember, there is no qualification. Qualification position or the grid position decided on championship positions. That means as we go into the race in P1, it's double Indonesia. We have got in P1 Andika Rama, champion in 2023, alongside Moreno Pratama.
Chong Kai Chang coming in at 3rd for Malaysia. Taj Aiman, it's the Malaysian block. Taj Aiman right behind them is Iqbal Suji. They're all right there, black and yellow.
3 in a row behind them, Fariti Pradamita, and alongside him, Fadris Issa from Singapore.
Also from Singapore, we have Ethan Yeo, followed shortly after by Enzo Ison from the Philippines. Hanapat Pongpat at P10 for Thailand there. Singapore with Jared Zulkifli. Matthew Ang yet again for the Philippines over at 12th position.
And then we've got the disappointing performance of Jayapat. Maybe this is his chance, but Dan Cheta in P14 for Philippines. And on debut, it's been a tough time for Aklapong.
Here we go. This is essentially what we've been waiting for.
Red lights. When they go off, we go racing.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final race of the day for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. Andika Rama with a brilliant start there. Pratama right behind him as we start off Watkins Glen International here.
Andika Rama, P1 or P2, and he will be champion.
Ooh, look at how closely that... It is kind of menacing to see all of the Malaysians just right there behind them. A sea of black and yellow.
Like wasps, all 3 of them just looking to pounce. But Indonesia, will Pratama go for the win, or will he try to protect Andika Rama? Because if Pratama wins and Andika's second, Andika wins the title. But look at this, Kai Chang!
Kai Chang squeezing in behind it. In between Andika Rama and Pratama there, Kai Chang, but he might just lose out on that position again as Pratama goes closer to Kai Chang. But Kai Chang pulls away the gap between them. 0.3 of a second. Andika Rama running on clean air in front of everyone else now.
Andika Rama, bottom right on your screen. He got off to a fabulous start. Also, look at that Moreno. Squeezed out, was he? Taj Aiman is trying to make a move on the inside. Kai Chang makes a move on Andika Rama, but Andika is as cool as you like.
Look at this Malaysian train now, squeezing in between Andika Rama and Fadris Issa. They are now in between the 2 contenders. Kai Chang at second, Taj Aiman 2/10 of a second right behind them.
Fadris Issa has made a fabulous start as well. The Singaporean's got himself up into P4, but the story is all about Andika Rama.
You've seen Andika Rama drive before. Do you think he has it in him to be able to hold off this assault from, the two Malaysians right behind him?
Absolutely, that's the sad thing. You wish there was a little chink in the armour, but there isn't. He's such a wonderfully composed racer, and he can even afford to let one go by. In fact, he can let both Taj and Kai Chen go by and win, and I think that will be in his calculations.
Absolutely, but this is a very, very close battle as we go into the second lap here at Watkins Glen International. 14 laps in total. Kai Chang really closing in right behind Andika Rama, but look at Andika Rama. Look at how composed these two actually are, considering they are ahead of everybody else. And of course, you have Kai Chang trying to chase down Andika Rama. Andika Rama, of course, trying to hold off Kai Chang. But look at how unfazed both drivers are.
Victoria asked a question at the end of race number 2 to Malaysia to make a comment about Indonesia. They said it was all friendly. This is not friendly. We've got a new race leader. Cheng Kai Cheng is ahead of Andika Rama.
Malaysia taking the lead so far for Watkins Glen International here. Kai Chang takes P1 away from Andika Rama. Taj Ayman also following suit closely behind Andika Rama, and even behind Taj Ayman, you have Fadris Issa, who is there as well.
Well, if Kai Cheng holds on to the win, he needs Andika Rama to drop behind Taj Ayman to become champion.
Des, if this is friendly, I'd hate to see what enemies are like, because this is a very serious competition that they've got going on right now.
Kai Chang looking good as well, and Taj just comes on the back there of Andika Rama.
Kai Chang now with a half a second gap between himself and Andika Rama. Taj Ayman closing in right behind Andika Rama. That gap between them is only 2/10 of a second, so that might unnerve Andika Rama a little bit, but we've seen him perform well under pressure. Let's see.
Everybody on hard compound tyres. There must be a pit stop, so they'll go as far as they can, I think, on these hard compound tyres, and then a sprint for the line. Andika Rama in 2. Look at this work from Fadris Issa.
Look at how closely Fadris Issa is tailing Taj Ayman here, while Taj Ayman is trying to close in on that gap between himself and Andika Rama. Fadris Issa, only the gap is 1/10 of a second, close enough to actually be within Bluetooth audio device of each other.
Fadris goes through into P3 on the outer loop. He takes the inside of Taj Ayman. Taj loses rag just a little bit, loses a little bit of composure. Fadris Issa living up to the promise I've seen in him for many, many times, and Taj takes a penalty.
Half a second penalty for Taj Ayman. Of course, that's going to hurt him, but there is still a lot of time left on this race here today. Lap 3 of 14, but a beautiful move on Fadris Issa there against Taj Ayman, who now drops down to 4th place. The gap between Fadris Issa and Andika Rama, 6/10 of a second between the two.
Yeah, it's not much. Kai Chang has just been able to grab a lead of about 7/10 of a second. Taj is coming back. He was bruised by that work from Fadris Issa.
Absolutely, and while all of this is happening in the middle, the back of the pack is also very, very close to each other. Look at the gap between each and every single car. There's only one person who is gapped by over a second right now, and that is Pratama, who is right behind Taj Ayman. Everyone else has less than a second gap between the cars.
Interestingly, Tanapat has made a move up into P6. He's on the medium compound. He's got himself ahead of Faridzi. We are on board though here with Taj Ayman. Looks backwards, Taj, at Pratama, who was pushed away from P2 down to P5 and is beginning to make a comeback.
The bright side for Taj Ayman is that penalty has already been served, so he can go on about, getting about his business. But that does mean that Pratama closes in behind him. Pramaditya on Pongpat. Yo also taking advantage of all of this chaos. They're all side by side now.
Faridzi, challenged by Ethan Yo. Good work from the Singaporean. Singaporeans have come to play here.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is the final race that we have of the day, so why the heck not lay it all on the line? Unfortunate penalty there for Pongpat. 1 second penalty for colliding with another car, so that will come into play a little bit later on. Matthew Ang also here in the middle of all this mess, in the middle of all this chaos. Matthew Ang right behind him, Pongpat, and Enzo Ison also trying to make a move on Pongpat.
A little bit of stock cars going on in the middle here. We are lap 4 of 14. We're on board with the Philippines. This is Matty Ang. He's in P8, looking backwards towards Tanapat Pongpat. He's in P9. Beyond them, you've got Ison trying to make a move, and also Zulkifli trying to make a move for Singapore. He's in the red, tries to get an angle, tries to get a drive. Has he got enough? No, and he's going to have to slam on the brakes.
Not just yet, but maybe a little bit later on. But obviously, like, look at how closely our competitors are to each other. Oh, there you go. Matthew Ang goes past Ethan Yeo. Matthew Ang now takes 7th place. Ethan Yeo drops down to 8th place. But Matthew Ang is, of course, on the medium compound as well.
Yeah, that's good from Matthew Ang. How long will the guys on medium compound stay out? None of them are really in the championship race. Iqbal Suji, what a nightmare Iqbal's had. He's down in P11.
Oh no, unfortunate for Iqbal Suji. But like looking at the front of our grid now, Kai Chang still within that less than a second gap between himself and Andika Rama, still not really being able to break away just yet, but is still pretty comfortable there. We'll see also the amount of tire degradation that has occurred so far for our cars, and some of them will have to definitely pit.
Isan has just squeezed through into P9. He got in ahead of Tanapat.
Beautifully done there. Matthew Ang now up to P6, but again, he is on the medium compound. Oh, gets pushed off a little bit by Pramaditya there, and he drops Matthew Ang on 6. Pramaditya takes it away from Matthew Ang. Pramaditya now on 6th place.
That was a bit of bullying there from Pramaditya on young Matty Ang. And Ang then finds he's not got the right line, and Ethan Yeo's trying to go around the outside, and Matthew Ang is actually going into the pits. First of the pit stops, and Tirapak goes into the pits as well. So very, very early changes for both guys on the medium compound tyres.
Absolutely. Earlier on, we already saw how much tire degradation was going on for the both of them, so it makes absolutely there's no surprise that they have gone into the pits already. But will this tactic pay off? Ultimately, we'll just have to find out a little bit later on. Meanwhile, Chong Kai Chang also still with that 0.8 of a second gap between himself and Andika Rama, holding off brilliantly so far.
Patrice Issa is also managing to hold on to P3, but look at the lines that Kai Cheng is taking through there. That's beautifully done.
Absolutely, but look at the tire degradation as well. I feel like a little bit later on, they're going to have to come into those pits as well. Right, maybe in the next 2 laps, I would say.
Well, where are they coming? They're coming round to the boots. There's the chute, the boot, the toe and the heel, and then they'll hit 9 and 10. So this is a very intricate part of the circuit that they are coming. I missed the tire degradation there for Kai Chang. And
now Kai Chang, for the first time since he took that lead, grows his lead against Andika Rama to just a smidge over 1 second between the two of them.
Terrific drive from Andika Rama in P2. Only P1 or P2 and Andika Rama will be champion.
Absolutely. So obviously there is a lot of weight in this race coming in. It is the finals after all, but I really want to see, here we go. We're also showing the tire degradation that is happening. Andika, 29% on that front left tire. For Patrice Issa, 25% on that front left tire. Basically an indicator of a little bit later on they do need to make that pit stop.
I love the graphics on the track. You can see here where the rubber's just been left, and so it's off the racing line. It doesn't impact, but great reality here.
Ooh, Taj Ayman, 21% on that front left tire. He's going to have to come in pretty soon.
Gonna have to. That's on the hard compound as well. Yep. Only lap 6 of 14. So if they go on to, well, is it going to be a hard one-stop system?
I would think so, because I mean, obviously, lap 6 of 14, we're not even officially halfway through the races yet, and they've already eaten up through their hard compounds. We'll see how that plays out. Matthew Ang comes out again on the medium compounds.
Okay.
Earlier on, it was Matthew Ang and Hong Pat that came to the pit.
Both on medium, yes. And Jetta's on medium compound, right? Yeah, you're going to have to go into the pits now. Mid-race, do you gamble a 2-stop strategy in 2 soft compounds?
Or do you try your best to try to make the hard tire last
But we've seen it doesn't work. For Taj, it's already failed him at Suzuka.
That's true. So is he going to adjust that strategy? I guess we'll just have to see a little bit later on. But meanwhile, we are on board Victor Ancheta, who is currently trying to chase down Chayapat. The gap between them is 1.3 seconds. Of course, Ancheta on the medium compound tires. Oh, they're going. Oh, you need that pit stop. Look at that. Those tires are gone.
Don't look now. This could be if he's got to hold on here.
Here we go. We're currently on board with Jared Zulkifli, who is currently on 10th. Right behind him is Miss Anthea, who is about to make a move. The gap between them less than 1/10 of a second, Des.
Jared Zulkifli has made his defensive move and leaves the braking very, very late. That was well done by the Singaporean. Remember, he's on debut at this level of competition. And it is a seriously good level of competition. The best in Asia, amongst the best in the world.
Absolutely, and right behind Jared Zulkifli there, you see Miss Anthea and Chayapat trying to chase each other down. The gap between Chayapat and Miss Anthea is only a little over 1/10 of a second. And we see Kai Chang coming into the pit lane finally, followed shortly by Taj Ayman, who is also in the pit lane. Andika Rama stays out so far. He's so good at conserving his tires.
Certainly is. That would be a great one to have a look at to see where his tyre wear is for Andika Rama. Hard compound, so all three Malaysians are in the pits. And Jetta in the pits for a second time? No, yeah, in the pits for a second time, Victor and Jetta.
Going back to going to a hard compound instead of a medium now. Officially halfway through the final race of the day here at Watkins Glen International, lap 7 of 14.
The Malaysians come out on medium compounds.
Penalty on Zulkifli. We were just talking about how well he was composing himself earlier on, and I saw a penalty was going to be awarded to him. Half a second, which means Miss Anthea will definitely close in on that gap and capitalize on the slowdown that will take effect a little bit later on. And right behind him also, there is a train that is going on. Chayapat right behind Miss Anthea.
We are at Watkins Glen, virtually of course. It is the final race of 3 of the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship, the 6th such championship we've had. First time we've been hosted in Thailand, and it's the Thai Angrapom who's looking to get back on Jared Zulkifli if and when he makes his penalty stop. And also Chayapat is trying to make a move as well. It's not been a good day for Thailand.
Not a good day at all, but they're trying to make the most out of this last race with these moves that they're trying to pull on Jared Zulkifli. My question, Des, is how is Andika Rama still out on this track with his tires? But while we're trying to figure that one out again, Thailand making that move already ahead of Zulkifli, really making the most out of that penalty that Zulkifli had to serve out.
That's a question for Victoria later on. If Andika Rama is able to hold on to P1 and P2, he will be champion for the 2nd time.
Akrapon, Miss Anthea right ahead of Chayapat here at
Andika,
7th place.
Andika
losing that front left tire already, which means he will have to pit real soon.
And he does. He's in the pits now.
Andika Rama finally going into the pit lane as well, together with Pratama. It's Fratris Isa also there, Pramaditya also there. Enzo Ison also comes in for a pit.
So Kai Cheng is your new race leader.
Kai Cheng pulling away. Already on first place. There you go, that black and yellow so well represented in front of the grid. Kai Cheng together with Taj Ayman. P1 and P2. Andika Rama comes out on the hard compound tires. Goes behind Matthew Ang, who is currently on medium tires also.
So if Kai Cheng wins and gets fastest lap, all he needs is for Andika Rama to come out of the top 2, and we will have a first-time champion.
Fastest lap so far is being held by Matthew Ang, who has, of course, been running on medium tires all throughout this entire race. Came out on the mediums, pitted, went out again on the mediums. Andika Rama now trying to hold off Iqbal Suji, who's right behind him. Andika Rama, the gap between Iqbal Suji. Iqbal Suji goes on the outer lane, tries to get past Andika Rama. Is it enough for him to slingshot his way through? Iqbal Suji takes the 5th place away from Andika Rama, and Andika Rama drops down to 6th place.
But Andika Rama is on a one-stop strategy. Hard compounds. Gambles, I think, by the Malaysians, Kai Chang and Taj Ayman.
Absolutely.
Gambles.
But as of until we see if those gamble pays off, that gamble basically pays off, I'm happy for the entertainment that we get from the overtaking of Andika Rama and Iqbal Suji. Iqbal Suji there again making a move on Ponpat, and Iqbal Suji now moves up to 4th place, really making the most out of those medium tires.
8 of 14 laps gone. Iqbal Suji.
Iqbal Suji now chasing down Matthew Ang. Matthew Ang ahead of him, but not by much, 7/10 of a second. That is the gap between Iqbal Suji. If you missed out on it earlier, Iqbal Suji loving the energy of the crowd, raising his hand up right beside Matthew Ang. And Matthew Ang goes into the pit. So Iqbal Suji, Malaysia takes 1, 2, and 3 here at Watkins Glen International so far.
But I think they've got another pit stop to come.
Yes.
I don't think this medium compound will last and then that is when Tanapat and Andika Rama come into play.
Unless they drive ridiculously slow, which obviously they will not do. These medium compounds need to be replaced unless they pull some miracle out of it. And so far, we've seen Andika Rama really squeezing the most out of those hard compounds. But again, Team Malaysia, all of them are on medium compounds right now.
This is Iqbal Suji in P3 at the moment. It's Pungpat who's just behind him for Thailand. But those medium compounds, they're quick. But what is the tyre degradation on the front three? How bad is it?
That's what we're going to be seeing in just a little bit, but it is, I'm pretty sure, very comforting for Malaysia to see all three of their Malaysian boys are right in front of this race so far. There is the tire degradation that we have.
Oh, scary.
Ooh, very scary. Lap 9 of 14. Is it enough?
Oh, scary.
Des, is it enough to not have to swap out your tires? I don't think so. Andika Rama's tires are looking super great right now. Of course, he is on the hard compound, which puts him at a disadvantage, but he's basically going to be able to last all throughout the rest of the race.
It's all down to strategy. Iqbal tries to put in the pace. Taj Ayman puts in the pace. Those tyres are going down at a rate of knots. Andika Rama's tyres at the front, there's plenty left in them. Andika Rama, a one-stop strategy. The three Malaysians, two-stop strategy.
Absolutely, but so far they're trying their best to make that lead grow bigger. Iqbal Suji, the gap between himself and Pungpat already at 6.2 seconds. The gap between Suji and Ayman, 4.1 seconds. Andika Rama right behind Pungpat now. 0.3 of a second is that gap, and I feel like Andika Rama is going to be taking over this one as, yes, Pungpat does go into the pit. Andika Rama now moves up to 4th place.
Andika Rama in P4, Moreno Pratama in 5, 1 and 2 in the championship standings.
Indonesia charging after the Malaysian boys. They are coming after them. Both of them are, I believe, going to be on one-stop strategies, both on the hard compounds. Lap 10 of 14 so far, right behind them. Fatres Isa is putting the pressure on Pratama. The gap between them, less than 1/10 of a second.
Fadris doing an excellent job, the Singaporean. He's in P6 at the moment, trying to get into P5. Looks on the inside of Moreno. He's as past Moreno, Singapore up to 5.
There you go. Brilliant move there from Fatres Isa as he moves on to 5th place, overtaking Moreno Pratama. Pratama drops down to 6th. But Andika Rama is still ahead of Fatres Isa. Andika Rama with a 2.2 second gap between himself and the Singaporean, and they are still trying to chase down Malaysia. I want to get a look at those tires from Malaysia so far. We are on lap 10 of 14, and they're still out there on those medium tires, Des.
Andika Rama, P4 at the moment. At the moment, if it was to finish now.
Ooh, there it is!
Oh, Kai Cheng.
Kai Cheng's front left tire.
He's got to come in. He's got to come in.
Is this close to giving up? He has to come in. Lap 10 of 14 already. Taj Ayman also with that front left tire at 16%. And Andika Rama's tires have suffered, but not by much. He's going to get to stay out all the way until lap 14. He's been very good at keeping those tires preserved.
Let's keep an eye on Kai Cheng to see if he does pop in. He goes.
There it is.
Second pit stop for Chiang Kai Cheng. Does Andika Rama move into the top 2? If he does, the title will be his on this one-stop strategy.
All three Malaysians are now on the pit stop, still switching out to their medium tires rather. Andika Rama now moves up to 1st place. Fatres Isa on 2nd, Pratama on 3rd, and Pramaditya on 4th.
Okay, second stop now for Kai Cheng. He's got work to do. He's not too far behind, you know.
Not too far behind, and he is on the medium compound, so he will get to catch up. Given enough time, there are still 3 full laps left of racing left in them. Is it enough time for them to make up for that pit stop, though?
He's going to have to make up 2+ seconds a lap, though, on Andika Rama. Right from the get-go, Kai Cheng chasing the title. Even then, he needs Andika Rama to come out to the top 2.
And of course, what is not being said is there are 6 cars in between them that he has to get past if he wants to make up that 2 seconds per lap.
$8,000 up for grabs as well. It's worth it, Kai Cheng. It's worth it. Go for it, my son. Go for it.
Not bad at all, if you ask me. Kai Cheng really chasing down Ethan Yeo now. Will that strategy of Malaysia pay off for them? We'll see in just a little bit as we enter. We're actually still on lap 11 of 14 here at Watkins Glen International. The final race that we have for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Asia Esports GT Championship 2025.
Kai Cheng closes down on Ethan Yo. This is for P6. Blandika Rama has a lead of a second over Fadris Issa and another half a second ahead of Moreno Pratama.
Fadris Issa, though, really putting on a good show for us. I mean, look at him and how closely he is right behind Andika Rama. The gap between them just a little over 1 second, under 1 second now, as I was saying that. And Pratama right behind Fadris Issa also. Of course, Fadris Issa for Singapore is now closing in on that gap between himself and Rama. Now we're on board with Kai Chang, who has a lot of time to make up for that pit stop right behind Ethan Yo now.
Running out of time, and Ethan Yo is defending, not allowing Kai Cheng to get back too easily. This isn't a lapping situation. Ethan Yo's got every right to defend, and Kai Cheng will be frustrated by the Singaporean.
But look at that gap between them. And of course, Kai Cheng does have the medium compounds on, so he does have an advantage. Also very newer tires as opposed to Ethan Yo, who has been out since earlier on. Just waiting for the right moment.
This is killing Kai Cheng. It's killing him.
It's killing his chances.
Absolutely. He cannot get past Ethan Yo. Ethan Yo is defending. He's got every right to defend. Well done, young fella. Kai Cheng eventually goes past. Has he got enough oomph to get through? And he hasn't, you know. Ethan Yo's going to defend.
Oh, little bump there from Kai Cheng. Get out of the way. That's what he said. Kai Cheng, without actually saying anything, pulling a little bit of bullying there on
Malaysia bullying a Singaporean.
I know. But here we go. Kai Cheng now up to 6th place, chasing down Enzo Ison. But that gap between them is still 2 seconds ahead, and only 2 laps remaining left here in Watkins Glen International. So far, that gap between Andika Rama and Pratama. Oh, Fadris Issa has dropped down to third.
Down to third,
dropped down to third earlier
Pratama
on.
is there. This is looking good for Indonesia in the overall championship standings as well. The country championship standings. Indonesia and Malaysia were level.
We started off this race with black and yellow all in front. Unfortunately, now black and yellow is kind of stuck in the middle, but will they have enough time to make up for it and try to get back to where they were when they started this race? Will that gamble of what they did with the tire strategy pay off? So far, it's looking like it's not.
So far, so bad for Malaysia. So far, so good for Andika Rama and Moreno Pratama, and also for Ritzi Pramaditya as well. Remember, there's $8,000 up for grabs for the team, the country title. And for Kai Cheng, who had the lead at one stage, it just wasn't the right strategy, was it?
Yes, but that is, I mean, something to take note of, though, is how Kai Cheng has now chased down Enzo Ison. Earlier on, that gap between them was 2.5 seconds. Now Kai Cheng is within striking distance of Enzo Ison, and he makes that move against Enzo Ison. Enzo Ison tries to defend, but Kai Cheng pulls through with that one and takes away P5 from Enzo Ison and his hard compound tires.
Well done by Kai Cheng. It moves him up into P5. It's not going to be enough, I feel.
Lap 13 of 14 here, and it's looking like Andika Rama is going to be walking away with this one. Right behind him, Pratama. Oh, but that gap between Pratama and Andika Rama also getting shorter. So are we going to see a move from Pratama to try and overtake Andika Rama right before this race ends?
And then we look at fastest laps after that.
Of course, Fadris Issa also not far behind, only 0.4 of a second behind Pratama. Pramaditya under pressure from Kai Cheng now. Kai Cheng really trying to chase this down, and he's been pretty successful so far, but I feel like he just does not have enough time to make it back up to podium position yet again.
Kai Cheng into P6. I tell you what, the battle between Pratama and Andika Rama is what we really, really need to look at, because the title, the individual title, is on the line. Fastest lap, if Pratama wins this, whoever gets the fastest lap in the race will be champion.
And there you go, brilliant move from Kai Cheng there, getting past Pramaditya. Kai Cheng moves on up to P4 now, lap 13 of 14. So far, he's been making up enough time to catch up to everybody ahead of him, but we are now going to be down to one final lap, and that gap between himself and Fadris Issa is now 2 seconds and 2 3/10 of a second.
Too little too late though for Kai Cheng. Andika Rama has the title in his hands as they come towards the final lap.
Andika Rama now being followed closely by Pratama right behind him, 0.3 of a second, and not very far behind. Fatres Isa from Singapore also just there, kind of waiting for the right moment to pounce on our race leader so far.
Who's got the fastest lap? That's what I'd like to know, because that's extra 2 points.
Fastest lap
Kai
so
Chang.
far has Kai Chang. Kai Chang! Is that going to factor into the overall points a little bit later on? We'll see. But look at Fatres Isa really making the move now on Pratama. Fatres Isa really making himself felt there right behind Pratama. But Pratama tries to close in that window. Refuses to let Fatres pass through.
Pratama must win. Pratama must win if he's going to win the title. He must get ahead of Andika Rama. He must ignore Fatres Isa behind him.
0.4 of a second. That gap has now grown just by a little bit. It's looking like this win is getting out of hand, and it looks like Andika Rama is going to be walking away with this one. And in fact, Pratama might be losing out on Fatres Isa here, because Fatres Isa is really just right behind him. One small mistake is all it takes.
Andika Rama leads. We're looking back from Andika Rama onto Moreno Pratama. Good for Indonesia. Excellent from Fatres Isa. Too little too late from Cheng Kai Cheng, but it's Indonesia looking good for the individual and team titles. But who is the individual?
Kai Cheng goes past Isa, and he's now on 3rd place, which means he is within striking distance of the two Des. Pratama feeling this pressure right now from Kai Cheng, who is behind him by 0.2 of a second. Do we have enough time?
We are on the final lap. It is so close. As they come round into the final couple of corners. Andika Rama has been leading for so long. Andika Rama! As they come through to the line.
It's really
Andika
neck and
Rama
neck,
has
but
got the victory. He's just beat Pratama ahead of Kai Chang. Kai Chang head in hand, but Andika Rama takes the title.
But what a race from Kai Chang as well. I mean, as much as he didn't get to catch up, really put on the entertainment for all of us. What a gap between Andika Rama, Pratama, and Kai Chang. But Andika Rama obviously walking away with the win on that one. Pratama comes in on 2nd. Of course, it's all provisional for now.
Well, I thought Kai Chang had just left it too late. And he did, but only by
a super small margin, Des. What a race that they put on for us. Amazing display from each and every single racer that we've had on today. You know, we wanted an exciting race. We wanted neck and neck battles. That's exactly what we got out of it.
I'm pretty sure we're going to have some protests, though.
I'm pretty sure.
For some reason.
For a little bit. But again, these are all provisional results so far. We'll have the official results a little bit later on.
Okay, provisional results. We've got 5 minutes for any appeals to come in. Andika Rama takes his 2nd win. Moreno Pratama gets P2, his 2nd P2. Chang Kai Cheng, what a performance, what a comeback. Fastest lap as well. Will pick up 18 points. Fatres Isa, round of applause. Taj Ayman coming through in P5.
From Aditya coming in at P6, Enzo Ison P7, Ethan Yo with P8 there. Again, what a race by Kai Chang also. What a race by everybody actually at that point. Iqbal Suji comes in at P9, Miss Anthea comes in at P10, Zulkifli coming in at P11, Chayapat at 12, Tongpongpat at 13, Victor Ancheta at 14, and Matthew Ang at 15.
Pretty breathless stuff.
Absolutely.
Delighted to say my voice just held on, but those exciting races don't really help.
The voice held on just by enough. Just by enough. Got you through.
Andika Rama, the one-stop strategy. Sensational. Timed it absolutely to perfection.
Absolutely. He's so good at basically prolonging the tire life that he's had so far. We've seen it in the races before, and he's done it again for this race.
For Kai Chang, brilliant effort. For Moreno, fantastic effort. For Fatres Isa as well, I've got to say, that was a standout performance by the Singaporean.
Absolutely, giving everybody a run for their money there, really getting into all the battles that were happening at the front of the pack. Brilliant move from Fatres Isa.
Okay, what we'll do though, we'll get some post-race reaction. Victoria, after all the breathlessness we've had, we'll bring just a little bit of sanity to proceedings.
It's all smiles here from Andika Rama. Tell me how you're feeling.
can't say a word. I'm very happy with the results. Our practice at home, our strategy really works. I surprised a Malaysian team doing something new on the strategy. They are doing 2 stops. Actually, we want to do that too, but I think we don't have much time to develop, and then so we just stick to what we own, and then yeah, we did it.
At which point did you know that you were going to win this race? Because it was really close.
When I saw Kai Chang pushing the car, I know they are doing 2 stops.
And how satisfying is this result for you personally?
Yeah, it's really satisfying because I put a lot of hours for this championship. I know I need to improve myself. Redemption from last year. Yeah, finally we did it.
Well, earlier we were talking about things you were working on from last year to this year. Did any of those things come into play just now?
Absolutely yes. More like on the strategy side, and then like because of Gran Turismo is such a unique racing game, there is a lot of factors like tire wears, fuels, and then weather as well. So I learned a lot how tire wear affects, how fuel affects, and then how the weather will change things. So yeah, I learned a lot from that, and yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Well, is there anything you want to say to any of your fans supporting you, family, friends?
First of all, thank you, my family, my mom at home, who supporting me, and then thank you everyone in Indonesia for. I think they are doing watch along together, and thank you my team for LOR Legion of Racers for pushing us really hard. So never rest actually. So we need to push ourselves to the limit, and then yeah, thank you everyone.
And I noticed a lot of you guys have gotten to know each other over the years. Were there any shout-outs to the other drivers here you were particularly impressed with?
I think Kai Chang maybe, because I thought Touch will be the fastest, the ace of the Malaysian team, but Kai Chang seems improved a lot, and then I just surprised with his pace, like his strategy, and then yeah, he's really good driver.
Yeah, he has been fantastic today. Thank you so much, Andika Rama. Yeah, with that, he is so happy. There was so much screaming happening here. We are going to talk to Kai Chang and hear his thoughts on this race. Did you hear what Andika said just now?
Sorry, can't really hear it.
He just shout out to you. He said he was so impressed with your performance throughout today's tournament.
Yeah, well, credits where credits due. He did win it, so yeah, kudos to him.
Now, something a little bit crazy. I don't know if Andika is going to love hearing this. I heard you started a new job and you only practiced for not very long. So tell me how much practice you got and how you ended up still performing so well.
I actually started practice on Monday.
That's 1 week.
Yeah, actually it's less than that because we flew here on Friday, so it's only 4 days. Yeah, and I think it's just a muscle memory in terms of how the car performs and so on. So yeah, basically I still remember how each car handles in terms of their characteristic and so on. So I just got up to speed quite immediately.
Now there was, we were talking a bit about your strategy as well for team. Your team. Can you talk me through this particular race, some of the ideas that you were implementing today?
Yeah, so for the last race, our strategy, it didn't really work out as planned, but as we can see, the potential was definitely there because we are just 0.2 seconds behind the leader. So if it's not because of the traffic, because some of them, they defended extremely well and extremely hard but fair, which kind of wasted some of our time. So yeah, they did play the team game quite well, and we couldn't capitalize on our strategy.
If there's anything you could go back and change, if you could redo it, what would be some of those things?
Probably don't change the job when there's a competition coming soon. But yeah, other than that, in terms of our strategy, it's quite sound today. Even our second race, we can see that we performed quite well because of our collective discussion and also our strategy. So in terms of the strategy, nothing much to change, but in terms of race pace, definitely something to work on.
Did you feel any pressure in those final laps, especially, so close with Team Indonesia?
Not necessarily, because we've been in this competition for quite some time, so we are quite used to the pressure. So I guess that's probably something that is our strength, where we can perform quite well under pressure and don't really cry under pressure.
And are you satisfied overall with your performance today, despite everything?
I would say in terms of personal performance, it's definitely better than last year. But let's see the final result. I wasn't really calculating, so I'm not sure what's the final result. But my goal here was actually to win it for Malaysia. But let's see.
I'm very excited to see the results too. Any shout outs for your fans, friends, family, loved ones, other drivers?
Yeah, so first and foremost, thank you all the Malaysians from in the crowd. Woo! Yeah, they really brought a lot of energy into this event, and also definitely my wife for supporting me, because she knew that I have this competition, so she actually gave me some personal time to practice as well. And definitely my family for always supporting me. And last but not least, our GT7 community in Malaysia. So quick shout out to Danish as well. He's not here, but Danish, me, Iqbal, and Tash, yes. So the four of us are actually always having discussions about what to do, how to improve further, and so on.
Yeah, Danish, shout out to you. We miss having you here. And any shout out to fellow drivers here that may have surprised you in their performance this tournament?
I think we all know that Team Indonesia is very strong. So yeah, that's one of them. And in terms of driver personally, I would say probably it might be a surprise, but probably Victor, because he's actually his first time in this event. Yeah, so he joined the event for the first time and he won it in the Philippines. So it's actually quite impressive.
That is very impressive. Thank you so much. Good job so far. We got one more interview. We haven't heard from Team Singapore yet, so let's get a couple words from them over there. And Patrice, hello.
Nice to see you again.
Good seeing you again too. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about that race just now?
Actually, I'm quite satisfied with how I performed. It was not bad. I think sometimes things are really out of our control, so just have to do your best, and I think that's what I did, and I managed to score quite a few points for Singapore.
Yeah, you did. In fact, I think you did very well. What would you say were some of the challenges for you throughout today's tournament?
Definitely the last race. I would say I'm quite okay with pace, but my tyre saving is not as good as the rest. So towards the end, I think a few people told me and I couldn't really keep up, but I think I was lucky to keep 4th place, which is not bad. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it, yeah.
Well, one thing I noticed is that we have a large contingent of Team Malaysia supporting Team Malaysia right now. I don't know if we have that many Singapore people here, do we?
Yes, we do. Come on, Team Singapore!
I take it back. Do you work better with the crowd?
Yeah, of course. It's really heartwarming to know that people from Singapore came here just to support us, and I'm really thankful for all of them. And I think we did our best today, and hopefully we can clinch the 3rd place in the country championships. Yeah.
And was there anything you worked on from last year until this year? I mean, you've been around and you've been improving your performance. So what specifically have you been working on?
So in 2023, I think I did quite well. I did 3rd. But in 2024, I didn't really have much time to practice. But I think 2025, it was more of having the dedication to really focus and put in the hours to do as well as I can with my current schedule. Yeah.
And any shout out for any of your fans in Singapore, anywhere in the world?
Thank you for all my supporters, my teammate Ethan, Jared, and every Singaporean here. Actually, everyone, thank you so much for supporting. We are really, really grateful. And all 3 drivers are really grateful for your support. And we hope that next year we can try even harder and go for 1st.
Do we like the sound of that? I think we like the sound of that. Thank you so much, Patrice. All right, well, it's been a very exciting time here. We do want to send it over to our commentators because we have a little bit more to share with you guys. And of course, we are keen on the result. Who do you guys think is winning today? Malaysia? Indonesia? It's not very convincing. Are you guys having a good time though? For the first time in Bangkok, I think it's been absolutely fantastic so far. I've seen families come in to support the drivers multiple years in a row now. I see Enzo's family has flown back in. I've saved you guys from an interview this time. No interview this time. In fact, he has been inspired to drive by his father, who used to race as well. So we see a lot of influence, inspiration come in through family members and friends. So with that, we do have a video for you on the GR Supra VT. Oh, before that, we're gonna have an interview. We have someone very important. You get to hear from him every event, and he always has something very insightful to say. Please welcome Jaja Ishibashi, the General Manager of Toyota Motor Asia. How are you feeling, Jaja?
Awesome.
Awesome. It's been very exciting. Now, this is the 6th year that Toyota
Is it
Gazoo Racing.
six?
It's 6 years.
Wow.
Time flies.
2025, 6 years.
Do you have a favorite year? Is this your favorite so far?
It's always my favorite.
They're all
It always
favorites.
gets better. It always gets better.
Well, I want to ask about, this being an esports competition. What keeps you coming back every single year? I hope we go to like 10, 20 years.
Yeah, I think for us at GR, well, before I go into GR Asia and answer your question, I think we also need to appreciate when we're in someone else's house. So I'd like to thank Gazoo Racing Thailand, Mr. Newton VP, Mr. Yao GM, Samut GM. Let's give him a round of applause, huh? Gazoo Racing Thailand, thank you very much. And also today, I think we already introduced, but we also have a special visitor from Gazoo Racing Company, right? Osaku-san again. Thank you again for that. And also from TMA, we also have Executive Vice President, Mr. Nasu. He's an engineer also. Thank you, Mr. Nasu. I always do that. I always do that. So why do we keep coming back for esports? Esports to us is a very special platform because it's very easy to enter, and it's also easy to appreciate, and it's also, you guys saw the entertainment. You cannot beat that. Also at Toyota and Gazoo Racing, as part of Toyota, we have something called Kaizen. So we always want to do something better and better and better. So I hope you saw some improvements this year, and we have a very strong team in Singapore that thinks of all these things, right? We also have a strong team in the back that helps us produce all these things. So why we keep coming back is probably for the excitement and the entertainment and to do things better and better and better.
Well, it does definitely keep getting better and better. Speaking of local competition, how close would you say esports is to motorsports?
Esports to motorsports. Well, actually, I asked Mr. Nasu, which is an engineer, right before this. So I don't know if I can quote him, but I asked him, how real is this platform? He said it's very, very real. He said he could feel the grip, right? So on motorsports for Gazoo Racing, there's probably two things. Osaku-san talked about how we, as Gazoo Racing, talk about making ever better motorsports great cars. So we could learn from this mechanism, but also on the other side, we have the marketing side of it. So within that, if it's this real, and if Nasu-san gives it the stamp of approval, yeah, it's pretty real. So that's why we keep doing it.
And I want to ask you about this year. This was so exciting this year. We've seen improvements across the board. This is probably one of the closest competitions we've seen here. But what's your personal highlight?
There were so many. There were so many. I mean, in the first race, I didn't think it would get so exciting. The second race, the strategy, and going back to the second question in terms of how real it is, it's all there. The weather, it's all, and in the back, what Alex did with his team and make the Mizuno-san's also in the back, making the rain and all this. So I mean, there's a long list, but I guess at the end, 2 years ago, we had a dance. Last year, we had tears. This year, I think it was a little bit more about teamwork and balance. So, of course, the last, and congratulations to Indonesia and Mr. Rama.
All right, it has been absolutely fantastic. Well, that's it from this interview. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jaja Ishibashi. All right, we do have some highlights from the very exciting race 3. And again, to take us through that are our commentators.
Thanks very much, Victoria, and great words there from Jar Jar as well. As we have a look at some of the highlights, or the highlights from race number 3, Andika Rama on pole position, Gino, and did well, but he didn't have things all his own way.
Absolutely. Where do we even begin with this? So much excitement happened all throughout. Like, look at Chong Kai-Chang basically going through here and taking first place away from Andika Rama. Ultimately, though, falling short with that little the strategy change that they did.
It was all about the strategy. The 3 Malaysian boys all decided to go on a 2 pit stop strategy. They started on hard compounds, started on medium compounds, and then they stayed on hard compounds thereafter. As for Andika Rama, 2 hard compounds. That one-stop strategy would be crucial.
He's so good he's so good with really keeping just his tires in check. We've seen it before in race number 2. We've seen it in race number 1. He's so good at preserving those tires and really milking the most out of it. But at one point, I gotta say, it was magnificent for Malaysia as they were all cruising together, 1, 2, 3.
But this is Kai Cheng. He made a real storm from P7 to finish into P3, but he would end just short. One more lap, and it might have been so different.
He was neck and neck by the time they crossed the checkered flag, essentially, here at Watkins Glen International. What a race they gave us for race number 3.
His reaction at the end tells you how close he was. Here's how the race 3 finished. First place, Andika Rama, 25 points. Moreno Pratama, 20 points. Kai Chang, 18 points, 16 plus 2 for the fastest lap.
Absolutely. Fadris Isa with 13 points, absolutely phenomenal performance from him as well. Taj Ayman with 11 points, Enzo Ison with 10, Faritzi Pramaditya with 9, and Ethan Yo with 8 points off of that race.
And then Iqbal Suji, they looked to really have an opportunity, but didn't quite work. Akrapon, the best of the frustrating ties. Didn't work out for Akrapon, Chayapat or Tanapat. Jared Zulkifli on debut, a P11 on race number 3.
What a crazy day it has been. Fadris Isa earlier on, Chong Kai-Chang basically just said that he had only practiced Monday to essentially Thursday because they flew in Friday. Kind of crazy how he was still able to get that. We were talking about it off air. Imagine if he had practiced for 5 days instead of 4. What would have happened?
Imagine, but it doesn't really count. Okay, let's look at the overall individual standings. We're going in reverse order. In P15, 15 in Asia, Akrapon on 18 points.
Victor Ancheta with a total of 18 points as well, putting him in P14. Matthew Ang with 19 points at P13.
Jayapat in P12, the second best of the ties on 21 points.
Tanapat Pongpat with 24 points. Jared Zulkifli with 25.
And Ethan Yo, the second Singaporean, 31 points for Ethan. They're your top 9. Into your top 8 next, and in 8th place.
Enzo Ison, 32 points for the Philippines. I mean, at least for the Filipino driver, putting him on P8.
The returning man, Farizi Pramaditya, with the fastest lap in P7.
And on P6, Fadris Isa with 37 points.
Iqbal Suji on 43 points.
Taj Ayman with 49 points.
So last year's winner outside the top 3, Chong Kai-Chang, continues Malaysia's good form, 59 points for P3.
Absolutely brilliant drive from him. At P2, we have Moreno Pratama at 62 points. And
Andika Rama, 74 points. Second time champion for Andika.
Absolutely beautiful drive from all of them.
And we congratulate them. 2 from Indonesia, one from Malaysia. It is a long-running battle. I think they're friends. I think
they are. I think they are. I mean, there was a little, I guess, friendly banter going on, but such a brilliant drive from the three. Andika Rama, Moreno Pratama, and Chong Kai Chang, the individual champions, 1, 2, and 3.
So we're just calming it down just a little bit now. I'm going to take some throat lozenges later on. But it's been terrific racing. It's my 6th time. It gets better year on year. The tactics, I think the team event in the middle race has really added a certain je ne sais quoi in this season.
Absolutely, and one of the things that I really like about it was earlier on they were talking about how they actually wanted to do what Malaysia was doing also, but they just didn't have the time. But ultimately it paid off for them, not changing their strategy.
Country standings overall in P5, Thailand 63. Frustration for the homeboys.
Philippines with 69 points, P4. Pretty sure we're going to be happy with that number.
In 3rd place, congratulations, Singapore. Fabulous performance on 93 points.
And here we go, 2nd placer. Malaysia with 151, which means Indonesia gets to walk away with 169 points, Des.
And that's $8,000 to spend between them. Terrific performance by Indonesia. It was that race 3 that did it for them. That race 3, that strategy, that single stop strategy. It's not only won them the race, it's won them $8,000.
Absolutely. They must be very happy about it. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Team Indonesia. Moreno Pratama Faridzi from Aditya, and of course, Andika Rama.
Andika Rama, the individual champion. This is a good payday for Andika. And for Moreno Pratama, well, 2nd time he's been in the runners-up spot in the country championship.
Beautiful.
Okay, right. Our time is nearly done. My throat is absolutely gone.
And just in time. You held it all together just in time to finish the race. Beautifully done. I could not have written it better myself.
It's been great to have you on board, Gino. As for your boys, they will have learned an awful lot about this.
I'm sure they've still got a long way to go, but, you know, heads held up high, boys, because, you know, you did your absolute best. Happy for you guys.
Okay. From myself, Des Corkill, and from Gino Killamore, the voice of the Philippines. Wow. He's famous in the Philippines. It's been our absolute pleasure to bring you this 6th Asia final of the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship. Bye for now.
Thank you so much to our 6 commentators, and Des, really held on till that last minute there. Very impressive. But now it's time to present our prizes, our trophies, our awards. For our first awards section, I would like to invite our VIPs. May I invite Tammy Sheet, the Senior Specialist of Toyota Motor Asia, and Isaac Chong, the Assistant Manager of Toyota Motor Asia, onto the stage. Hello. And now, for our 12 finalists in P15, from the Philippines, Matthew Ang. Still celebrating, talking with his teammates in the back. There we are, Matthew Ang, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. In P14, Victor Ancheta. Victor Ancheta, his first time here with us on the regional stage. Welcome and congratulations. Thank you, Victor. In P13, from Thailand, Thanapat Pungpat. Six years in a row with us. For TGR, nothing is gonna stop this man. Thank you. In P12, from Thailand, Chayapat Lipikon Kosol. Thank you, Chayapat. And P11 from Singapore, Jared Zulkifli. Also his first time joining us here for TGR. I think this has been a very exciting time for a lot of our racers. P10, also from Thailand, Akrapon Misantia. And while I get an update for P9, next up, Ethan Yo from Singapore. Next up from the Philippines, Enzo Ison. His second year with us and still our youngest driver here. Thank you. Next from Indonesia, Farizi Pramaditya. Thank you. Next, from Singapore, Fatris Isa. Thank you. In fifth place, Iqbal Suji. In fourth place, Taj Aiman from Malaysia. Congratulations. Thank you so much to our prize presenters, Isaac Chong and Tammy Seed. Next up, for our next awards, I would like to invite onto the stage Jaja Ishibashi, the General Manager of Toyota Asia, and Pama Kaimuk, the Deputy General Manager of Toyota Motor Asia. And now, the winner of fastest race pace from Singapore is Fatris Isa. Thank you, and congratulations, Fatris. Next, the winner of Best Racecraft From Malaysia, Chong Kai Chang. Thank you. Next, our driver of the day from Indonesia, Andika Rama. Thank you. And thank you so much to our prize presenters, Jaja Ishibashi and Pama Kaimuk. Next, we'll be giving out the award for country championship. Onto the stage for prize presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Naton Sinue, the Vice President of Toyota Motor Thailand. And also Samut Tangachavana, the General Manager of Toyota Motor Thailand. In third place for country championship, Singapore. In second place, Team Malaysia. Thank you so much. And our champions for country championship is Team Indonesia. Thank you so much to our prize presenters from Toyota Motor Thailand. I hope you guys have been having a fantastic time, and of course, the moment will be upon us where we will present the individual champions. And it has been an incredibly close race today across all three races. And I think it's been rather magnificent, especially after 6 years. A lot of these drivers have become friends with each other, cheering for each other, even giving advice to one another. And without further ado, let's invite the top three onto the stage. In third place, Chong Kai Chang. Second place, Moreno Pratama. And our champion, Andika Rama. Congratulations once again. Now, may everyone please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Congratulations. You may please take your seats. Now for the trophy presentation, may I invite onto the stage Ms. Kenix Low, the Deputy GM of Toyota Motor Asia, to present the prize for second runner-up. Second runner-up, of course, Chong Kai Chang from Team Malaysia. Now I would like to invite Mr. Satoru Osaku back onto the stage to the Department GM for GR Company for the presentation of first runner-up. Moreno Pratama, our first runner-up. Next onto the stage, I would like to invite Hiroshi Nasu, the Executive Vice President of Toyota Motor Asia, onto the stage. And the trophy for our champion of this year's TGR 2025, Andika Rama. Now, I would like the VIPs to stand a little bit closer for a group photo. A little bit closer. Next, yes, can we invite the rest of our prize presenters back onto the stage? It's been a fantastic year at this event with Andika Rama back on the champion place of this podium. I hope you guys have been having a fantastic time at TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025 live in Bangkok, Thailand. Everyone, please have a good night and we'll see you again next year.